Good evening, everyone. So, yesterday we had started discussing globalization. What is globalization? What are the features of globalization? And then we moved towards the impacts of globalization, wherein we had discussed the economic, political, and environmental impacts of globalization. And then we had started discussing socio-cultural impacts. Now, what I said was, when you have to look at impact of globalization on Indian society, you talk about various institutions, that how the institution of family, marriage, caste system, and religion are changing. And similarly, what we have to do is we have to take up various sections of the Indian society. For instance, women, elderly, children, SCs, STs. What we were discussing was that if you have to look at impact of globalization or any other force of modernization, westernization, what we have to do is we have to break these sections, break these institutions in various features and their aspects, and then start looking at what kind of changes have been brought about by globalization. And I believe we had started our discussion with women. So let's do one thing. Let's see how globalization impacts or has impacted women in India. Now, the thing is, a question has already been asked in the past, wherein we had to highlight the negative and positive impacts of globalization on women. To do that, let's break it down into various aspects of women's life. For instance, their economic life, their family life, their political life, and then also we can think in terms of what happens to the health of women, what happens to the education of women, and all these aspects have to be looked into. Now think about this, and this will become even more clear when we discuss women and role of women in India. Now, if we talk about economic dimension, traditionally we find women working within the household, only taking care of familial responsibilities, the responsibilities to socialize the children, the responsibility of taking care of all the various aspects within the limits of her household. But then with globalization, you find industrialization happening, you find urbanization happening. Now, women are also moving out of house and working. Now, if you think about this, one idea is now women can work. They have various job opportunities out there. Then, if we think about this work, isn't there a problem with it? Yes, we have provided them job. Now, this job will lead to her economic empowerment and ultimately transform into political and social empowerment. And that is something that we'll discuss, that how this process happens with role of women. But think about work. Now, women are going out to work. One thing is the labor participation rate is still low. If we compare with men, the labor participation rate is low. Then, if you think about this, even when it comes to promotions, it is women who are lagging behind. And when we discuss role of women, I will substantiate these arguments with facts, with numbers. But right now, you just understand the basic framework. Then, when it comes to the remuneration, you find that there's no pay parity. Think about newer avenues of exploiting women, newer avenues of harassment of women, workplace harassment. Then if you think about it, do you find women equally in each and every sector? Or you think about it, whether most of the women are limited to a few sectors, which we can call pink collar jobs. Your various professions like nursing, telecalling, these are a few professions where you'll find most of the women working. Think about any reception in any private office or any service sector related office in the country. You generally find a woman sitting there at the reception. So we find that even though work opportunities have come up for women, now women are engaging themselves in work, but again their growth, their empowerment is limited. It is limited to a few sectors. It is limited to still being considered inferior to men. And also, if you think about this, what about your household responsibilities? Is it that your male members of the family are taking up household responsibilities? Yes, to a certain extent, but at large, if you see, the numbers are not great. So you find women struggling with dual burden of work, that they are the ones who have to take care of household responsibilities, and they are the ones who are also going out to generate income for the family. So these can be a few issues related to economic life of women. Yes, your air hostess, the concept of glass ceiling, and we will look at these aspects in detail when we discuss women. Now think about her family life. Yes, we say that to a certain extent, the families have become egalitarian. But again, it is women who are considered unequals or who are not considered at par with men. They're still not part of the decision-making process inside families. Then also, if you relate this with family, you find that uh, even if you look at your elderly women, they are also not being treated at par. So when we talk about gender gap or gender inequality, it has to start from the very beginning. It has to start pre-conception, before a child is conceived. Think about any kind of gender inequality that persists in India. Can you think of it? No, pink collar jobs are not inherently bad, but the idea of pink collar jobs, that women being restricted to a particular set of jobs. So if you remember caste system, we were saying that there was restrictive and definitive occupation, and we were saying that it is not right. Why not let people choose from a multiplicity of jobs or various occupations that they want to take up? Why are they being limited to this? And also, you think about your maternity relief. Even though the government has come up with Maternity Benefit Act in 2016, but you still find it is a general question. You might find there must be a lot of girls here who are working. You'll find that it is a general question that is being asked during the interview, that whether you are planning to get married or are you going to plan a family. Because if you're planning a family, if you're going to have a child, then the company would have to give you maternity relief, which the companies think is something economically disastrous for them, and basis that they take decisions, right? So again, coming back to the sphere of family, women not being equal to men, women taking care of household responsibilities all by themselves. Then if you think of political life, we find that women have been provided with right to vote. Now everyone has right to vote. There's no discrimination with respect to right to vote, but you find that it is seldom practiced. Generally, the women will toe in the lines of the male members of the family. So if they say, let's vote for party A, everyone will go and vote for party A. Similarly, you find the right to representation. Women have been provided with reservation when it comes to representation, But then again, you find that they are just used as a means to gain power. The family of the woman, if she is unmarried, her father and brother, if she is married, her husband, they are the ones who are actually in control of that power. It is just the name of the women. And at times you'll find that in rural areas, you would not even find women going and visiting their office. It is generally her husband or her brother or father who takes care of all the responsibilities. Yes, so the idea of Pradhan Pati. Then you think about the dimension of health. On one side, you can see that we have better opportunities of getting good quality healthcare now because of globalization. A lot of private hospitals have come up. The services have improved multifold, and even our maternal mortality rate is getting better over the years. But if you still find, it is still more than 100 in our country, which is a big number. So basically, it is uh, the number of deaths that happen per million or per lakh births. So you find the number is still worrying. So even though we have healthcare facilities, better healthcare facilities available in our country, but women are still being treated unequally. So if we are going to look at various numbers in your next chapter, that is role of women, where you'll find that when it comes to contraception, when it comes to basic hygiene with respect to menstrual cycles, you find women lagging behind. More than 30% of the women do not use any kind of say hygiene method or your pads, etc., when it comes to menstruation. So the situation is still worrying. So we find that women have a varied impact of globalization on them. Then you can again think about agriculture, and this is something we are going to take up later. But please understand that when we talk about the impact of globalization, we have to look at the impact on each and every section in the society. Similarly, a question has been asked on elderly. Can you now suggest what are the various aspects of the life of elderly which have to be taken up here? Various aspects of life of the elderly which have to be taken up here. Not the problems, we will come to the problems, but various aspects. So for example, one is health. Similarly, please suggest other aspects. Social security. What else? Finances. Emotional security. Great. So when you have to take up a particular section, look into various aspects of their life. So think about the emotional and social security of the elderly. Now, previously, in traditional Indian society, it was a joint family setup. And in joint family setup, you'll find that other members of the family will take care of the ones who do not have any work, or the ones who are ill, the ones who are aged. But now with globalization, people have started moving out. The families have nuclearized. What happens to the elderly? They are left alone at home. No one to absolutely take care of them. They do not have any means of their economic security. They do not have pension. Yes, we do have government pension for the elderly, but it is not sufficient. If you look at the numbers, even in your respective states, you'll find that it is something that cannot at all be considered uh, efficient, or can be considered enough. It is too less even to take care of their day-to-day needs, their basic food, water, etc. Forget about healthcare. Then again, if we talk in terms of health, you'll find that again improved healthcare facilities, and which reflects very well on our life expectancy. The life expectancy has increased over the years because of availability of better medicines, better healthcare facilities. But still, we find that the healthcare facilities that we have, are either not accessible or not affordable. So think about the elderly living in the villages, in the rural areas. And with growing age, you find that the new problems that come up, they cannot be treated in your primary healthcare centers. For that, you need specific care. Now, these hospitals, private hospitals, are not accessible to the elderly living in our villages, in our rural areas. Again, if you talk about the cost of these services, it is again very high, out of reach of a common man. And forget about common man, you find that even people from your upper middle class would, it comes as a shock, it comes as something that devastates everything within the family if at all there is a health emergency. And again, the value system has changed. Indian value system has been changing because of globalization. Increasing number of children are found to have deserted their parents. They do not even contact them. And at times you'll find cases like the property being transferred in their own names and then letting the elderly out and not letting them inside. Where do they go? But again, with globalization, you find a rise in the number of old age homes. Now we have facilities available outside, but again, they are not sufficient, they are not enough. Then, if we talk about the emotional needs, elderly again left alone towards the end of their life, they only have each other left to themselves, the husband and the wife. More often than not, you'll find the children have left or they're not taking care. So you'll find your elderly sitting in parks, particularly in urban areas, sitting in parks. They go, they start their walk morning 6, but they stay there till 11, even in summers. What can be the possible reason? The basic idea is because of the change in value system, children are not giving time and attention to our elderly, and they have to rely on others. They have to rely on other aged people for their basic emotional needs. So they'll be simply sitting in park and having a chit chat. Again, if you talk about your mental health, with increasing loneliness, particularly in the cities, because our rural areas still have a way of community living. People still have traditional Indian values left. So, with this increasing loneliness, particularly in our urban areas, we find a lot of mental health issues coming up. So, one idea of mental health is dementia, or the condition of losing memory over the years, condition of losing memory with time, with age. So, one that has to be taken care of. Then again, you find that with this loneliness, they are more susceptible, more vulnerable to getting problems like depression. Add to it your urban lifestyle. Add your urban lifestyle to it. The levels of nutrition, if you think about the levels of activity, think about the idea of individualism, all these add to the problems of elderly. So, yes, there has been a betterment in terms of increased technology in health, increased tech, because now at least if they want, they can connect to their children who are living far away over a video call. But ultimately, the change in value system, the change in social setup is bringing problems. Then, if you think about other sections, and I hope you can easily relate to them, I hope you can break them down and complete your answer. So, please suggest if you can take up other sections. All you have to do is you have to take up various aspects of their life, break them down into points, and think about what is the possible change. So, just give a quick thumbs up if you can take up the rest. Yes, Pranav. So, all the other ideas related to elderly, we will take up in our chapter on population. In our chapter on population, that is your fifth module, we will take up other aspects of elderly life. And there will be talking more with facts. There we will substantiate everything with facts. Now, the next idea is how globalization has impacted our art and culture, or the various say cultural practices, of Indians. Now, before doing this, what you have to do is, remember the levels of impact that we had talked about. We had talked about backlash. We had talked about amalgamation. Then we had talked about peaceful coexistence. And also, we had talked about, what was the other one? The last one, if you remember, not suspension. Think about it. We had discussed various levels of impact, and we said that we will use it, particularly complete submission. Absolutely. Now, when you have to look at the impact of globalization on the Indian culture, think in these four levels of impact. Think in terms of these four levels of impact. So one idea is here that you can look at it. Ban Valentine's Day. What is this? This is basically people coming up in backlash against globalization. So because of globalization, which is considered to be a homogenizing force, which is having a homogenizing effect on the Indian society, that will come to, that people are coming up in protests against this change. Think of homogenizing as making everything uniform, making everything similar. So the way we wear our clothes will look similar now. Homogenizing. The language we are speaking, the universal languages that we speak, again, a homogenizing impact. The loss of our culture, the loss of our traditions, again, homogenizing effect of globalization. So backlash against this homogenizing effect of globalization, wherein people say that because of globalization, because of these foreign cultural practices, we are losing our own culture. And we have to gain our cultural practices back. And the best way to do it, let's react to, or let's oppose the foreign cultural practices. And you find a lot of protests happening. You can think in terms of the homogenizing effect that globalization had on the rural Indian society, on the urban Indian society, and even the tribal society for that matter. So because think in terms of language, the imposition of a particular language for administrative ease, for instance. Now, yes, it will lead to an ease in administration, but what about the basic, or what about the general cultural practices of people? They are under threat. And if you remember from our discussion on diversity, we were talking about how if we move towards uniformity, how is it going to impact the cultural fabric, the social fabric of our society? And we were saying that if people go on losing their culture, if people find a threat to their culture, people will come up in reaction to it, if you remember, and which can lead to various social problems. It can lead to communal violence. It can lead to regionalism or regional violence, right? Then think about amalgamation. Amalgamation is mixing of cultural traits, something foreign mixed with something local. That is what amalgamation is. And I have an example for amalgamation here, which is globalization. Look at it. Look at a continental cuisine, that is your burger, having tandoori mayo sauce, which is something local, aloo tikki patty, and then you have a little Mexican component to it in uh, in the name of jalapenos and tomato slices. So something from a different culture mixed with our local culture. Another example you'll find in our language. Then again, you'll find the way we wear our dresses. Everything has been mixed. So the idea of globalization says, which is a wonderful example of amalgamation, the idea of globalization says that it is a combination of global with the local. So a product or a service which is developed and distributed globally. So think about your cars. Now we have various foreign companies who are selling cars in India, but they make it adapt to the Indian setup, Indian roads. So they'll have, say, instead of left hand drive, there'll be right hand drive, because it suits the Indian society, it suits the Indian roads. Similarly, we think about price of any commodity. We find that because we are developing, because we do not have that kind of purchasing power, so price is something that becomes central to our decision to purchase or reject something, right? So what these companies will do is they will reduce the quality and they'll make it cheaper to fit according to the local needs. Similarly, apart from these, food, clothing, and language, can you suggest some other example of localization apart from the ones that we have discussed, apart from food, clothing, and your language? Any other example that comes to your mind of localization? Music, great. Mixing your Western forms with the Indian classical. Yes, so the way someone is suggesting Amazon apni dukan, you can think of having various sales, etc., during Indian festivals. That is another idea of localization. Then also you'll find that during Navratri, they would not sell, various foreign chains would not sell uh, these non-vegetarian products, or they'll come up with special sabudana thali or something related to the tradition of keeping a fast. So whatever is fit for a fasting person, they'll come up with those kind of things. Yes, so you have various movies, music, etc., which can be thought of in terms of globalization. And globalization is an example of amalgamation of different cultures. So mixing the global with local. And think about coexistence. Yes, we have local culture, but again, we have foreign practices or uh, various practices, global practices existing at the same time. Again, can you think of examples for that matter? Because one is language. It is very simple. So we speak in our mother tongue at home, and we speak in English or maybe Hindi in our offices. Then yes, the idea of religion. So we have uh, religions from newer foreign religions that are coming in India, and we are existing with them peacefully. Then we are celebrating our own festivals or the local Indian festivals of, say, related to Ramzan or related to Diwali, Holi, etc. And again, we celebrate the newer Western festivals as well. So what you have to think here is, in terms of coexistence, what you have to think here is that it is not having a lot of negative impact for that matter. So when we talk about amalgamation, we say that we create something new, we create something innovative with amalgamation. But the main problem that comes is a complete submission, which ultimately leads to homogenization. Because if you think of amalgamation, increases diversity. If you think of coexistence, increasing diversity. If you think of backlash, a push towards localization. So there is a idea called neo-localism, which says that because of these modernizing forces, because of these globalization forces, people find a new outlook towards their local culture, and there is a definite push towards the local. So I had given you examples for that matter. I'd given you an example of Make in India. I'd given you an example of push towards your organic, the push towards our various traditional methods of medicine, be it Ayurveda, Unani, etc. So what are these ideas? Neo-localism. And it comes out of the backlash to globalization. So people react to globalization. They feel that our cultural practices, our historical practices are under threat, and they give a push to the local. That is what neo-localism is. Think about your tourism that is happening. So they will use these global forces, they'll use internet, they'll try to entice the foreigners and talk about giving them a glimpse of Indian culture. Think of various uh, these camps that you have in Rajasthan, for instance, wherein they make you experience that Rajasthani culture. So it is, again, they have popularized it because these came up as a practice. Why? Because of people coming up in reaction, because of foreigners coming in. So to give them a glimpse of culture, right? So the push towards, yes, Swadeshi can be thought in terms of neo-localism. So you do mention the examples here. You think of tourism, you think of promoting local culture, but now it is not completely antithetic to globalization because we are using those forces of globalization to actually promote our products. Think of your GI tags. Right, so the one we had discussed yesterday. Yes, so various tour packages by our railways, and then we have a dedicated train. We have a new dedicated train for tourism, for instance. So it is not completely negative. What becomes a problem is this complete submission to the global culture. Complete submission in the sense we have forgotten the traditional way of wearing our clothes. Even on the traditional day in your offices, you'll find most of the people not wearing anything traditional. And now it can be because of multiple reasons, but we find that in a way we are losing our cultural diversity because of this. So there is again a difference in your north and south, because you find that if you talk about South Indian society, so they have been exposed to various foreign forces before the North Indian society. Think about the FDIs. They started there in the southern part of the country, and because of which they took time, they got developed, they uh, got used to the benefits and the problems related to that. But again, they were the ones who started because they felt it as a threat to their culture, and they started protesting against it way before their brothers or their counterparts from the north. And you'll find that in South India you'll find more reaction towards these homogenizing forces, and they have say newfound love for their culture. And also it is coming from the fact that because most of the governments have been formed with a majority from the north, and you find that previously we had this imposition of Hindi that was going on, because of which they have already come up in reaction against these forces, against these forces of change, against these forces of homogenization. So again, even in our country, the impact is not very uniform. Now think about your local manufacturers. So one is from economic perspective, the local manufacturers or the ones who have industries get impacted. Now think of your local porters, think of your local weavers. How do they get impacted? Now they were traditionally, they have been for generations, they have been creating those products using their hands. Now yes, they can be of a very superior quality, but again the finishing would not be that great, right? If you look at a handmade pot, the finishing would not be as good as a machine made pot being imported from China or being imported from some other country. And also it will be cheaper compared to the local product. And because it is cheaper, because it looks finer, we generally go and buy those. We generally go and buy those. Also, if we think of our textiles, now it is generally your foreign textile, it is generally your foreign manufactured goods which we prefer over your local products. Yes, there has been a push towards using local, using organic, but generally we find that because of the cost advantage, because of the advantage in terms of price, because of the advantage in terms of reach, we find people preferring those over the local, which has impacted them adversely. But at the same time, you find that because of globalization, they have found a new market for their products. They have found a new market for their services. Now, sitting in India, you can sell your products globally. And also, you find various cultural festivals. For example, your international dance festival. Now, it is a platform where various dance forms from across the globe, they perform together, they get a global reach for these practices. Don't you think something like an international dance festival will promote our various dance forms? Because in India, you find a lot of classical dance forms that have been there, that have been practiced for years. So this provides a new platform to our various dance forms. So globalization having a negative and a positive impact on Indian culture. Now, why I have not structured it for you is because they have already asked multiple questions. They have asked multiple questions with respect to this. And also, we have included a question in our discussion. So what you have to do is you would have to try to write those answers so that you get a fair idea whether you are able to structure it yourself or not. Because I have been structuring everything for you till now, but now we'll try to shift the responsibility on you. Yes, you can definitely ask a question if you do not understand anything, but it should be you who should be trying to write these answers more and more. Yes, so yes, the handicrafts that we see are way more unique. They have more innovative styles. They are better in quality, but we are talking about the aesthetical value. Think of how fine, say, a clay pot which is made in factory is, and it is not that I personally prefer those. The thing is that yes, these factory manufactured goods have replaced the traditional handicraft artists, have replaced the traditional weavers. Just look at the clothes that you must be wearing now. So, are they by any chance handmade? Yes, we might have gotten the fabric from, say, a local shop and got it stitched, but the chances are that we do not do it. See, you do not have to make specific notes from NCRT because 95% of the themes from your NCRTs will be covered in the classroom, but you do read them so that you get an idea how to write the language. Because while writing answers, at times you'll find it challenging and you'll run out of words. So they'll give you the language. And even what I'll do is in the upcoming PPTs, I'll try to add a little more content so that you have something to write from, something to read from. So if you get anything new, if you find a newer example, just add it in your notes. But please do read the NCRTs for that matter. Yes. So the other idea is, one is socio-cultural, other idea is various other institutions. Think of our education and the impact of globalization on education. So the content of our education might change, might have gotten changed. The way we deliver our educational content might have also changed, and the quality with respect to these both, right? So these could have changed. And also, if we talk about our education system, we find that yes, we have changed a lot over the years, and now your new education policy has talked about wonderful initiatives to create that change. So one idea is our traditional education system has been replaced by the modern. So traditional education system was mostly based in religion, had most of the religious aspects covered there. But with the advent of Britishers, we find that our education became more modern and scientific, which also has been changing over the years. And yes, we will definitely talk about the concrete changes that have happened and that have been suggested by your national education policy. But just think in general. Now we are reading science and technology based subjects. We are talking about professional skills, right? Also, the medium of delivery of education has changed. It was previously, it was completely brick and mortar. But now you find with the advent of technology, it is becoming more and more digitalized. Even the students who are sitting in the classroom, yes, so here it is completely digital. You get your PDFs, that is digital. So you learn using digital medium. You understand things, or you take the lectures using internet. But even if you talk about our classrooms, you find that more and more technology is being used there. So teachers will use smart boards in the classroom. They'll show students videos. So for example, they want them to show how, say, a rocket takes off, or the idea of aerodynamics. So you'll find that they use various videos and e-learning content available online to depict those, because otherwise traditionally it would have become impossible. If you remember, as kids, how long it took us to understand the idea of 3D, the idea of thinking in 3 dimensions, right? We could have understood, yes, there are 3 axes. They could have given us an example of a room, of a simple room, that see there are 3 axes for that matter. But otherwise, to visualize various problems, it used to be a problem for us. It used to be a task for us. But now, with digital medium, you can easily understand those things. Then also, increasing influence of English on our education. So one is scientific education, other thing is the increasing influence of your language of English. Think about all your technical courses. Do you find your technical courses available in any vernacular language? And the answer is no. They're limited to English. And yes, a lot of students face challenges with respect to that, particularly students coming from your rural background, where it is generally the regional language in which they are being taught till 12th standard. And if they want to take up, say, engineering after 12th standard, till 12th standard, they have studied everything in Hindi. And now they have to switch altogether to a new language. And this new language creates a barrier to learning in these students. And considering these problems, considering these poor learning outcomes, your new education policy has suggested a lot of things. So that we'll discuss when we talk about education. Now, think about the quality of our education. What can you say? Whether it has improved or not, or also in what manner it has changed. In what manner our quality of education has changed. Yes, so transition from scripture or religion centric education to science centric education. So yes, a few of you are talking about, yes, it has improved. So if you're saying it has improved, how it has improved is the question. So Monto is saying that now there is a shift from rote learning to practical. But again, we find that one of the major arguments against the Indian learning system is that we focus primarily on rote learning. We focus primarily on rote learning. Look at our assessments. Look at the various tests that we have. You find most of your tests till your 12th standard at least based in, say, your power to remember or your power to critically analyze something. Just think about it. Because this effect of education, this effect of a very weak base that our education system provides gets reflected when you grow up, even after you grow up, even when you go for civil services examination. So even during civil services examination, rather than focusing on conceptual understanding, rather than focusing on developing your critical or analytical skills, we focus on remembering things. How is it, can I how should I write it, right? So everyone wants everything to be written there so that they can remember and reproduce in the examination. So yes, one idea is our education system has not been skill oriented. Rashmi, when you say dropout rate has increased, is it backed by any kind of fact? Because I would say that it is the other way around. The dropout rate has not increased, but it has been getting better over the years. So please try to answer this question. Okay, so you are saying decrease. Yes, sorry. So I read it as increased because of some other comment that was there. Yes, so the dropout rate has decreased, and also you find that our enrollment ratios have increased, are getting better. So okay, great. So you are suggesting a lot of ideas. So yes, like commercialization of education, the idea of a definite push towards vocational education, vocational training with education, right? Now you think about it. With globalization, our education system has digitized, it has also privatized, right? You find more number of private schools compared to your government schools, right? So the government has taken a step back from your social sector. So if you think about your hospitals, your healthcare system, the government has stepped back. If you talk about education, the government has stepped back. With that, you have introduction of private players. Now, if you think about education, one is you can think about the content, the way we deliver our education, and also think about the quality. But then you can think about the direct impact of globalization on education. So one is the content has changed, our education has digitized and privatized. So how you have to approach it is, that you have to look into the pros and cons. What has become better? What has become a problem? So yes, boom of coaching industry. Now this is good because you have given an example of uh, analytical skills, that you have been able to analyze our system, that too while sitting in a coaching class for that matter. Okay, so let's start one by one. So content we have pretty much covered. Now think about privatization. With privatization, first look at the positives. Has the access to education improved? Education improved? Yes, because of multiple number of private institutions, both for school education and higher education coming up. Then also, if we talk about the quality of education, bearing a few government schools, say your Kendriya Vidyalayas, etc., most of you would want to go for a private school or a private college. So when it comes to higher education, yes, apart from a few higher educational institutions, people still would want to go for private colleges, private schools. The reason is that they provide better infrastructure, they provide better quality, they provide better services. Yes, quality is something that can be questioned, and we are definitely going to question it when we look at privatization of education. But otherwise, if you want to go to a bank, you'll say, I want to go to a private bank. If you want to go to a hospital, you would say, I would rather go to a private hospital than visiting a government hospital, bearing a few exceptions. The reason is the quality of services that they provide. But now, when we say access, yes, multiple schools have opened up. But what about the idea of affordability? Are your private schools affordable? Because yes, now you have schools in rural areas, semi-urban areas, urban areas, multiple schools have opened up. But do you think everyone has the purchasing power to go take admission in these schools? And the answer is no. So if something is not affordable, it ultimately leads to a denial of access, leads to inequality, leads to discrimination in students. That if you're coming from a good background, if you're coming from a rich family, yes, you can come take admission with us. But if you are coming from a weaker socioeconomic background, it's better you go take admission elsewhere. What is it? a form of subtle discrimination. So they are not saying no outrightly, they're not saying just leave, but the fee structure is so that a person would not even go and check whether they can take admission or not. Then if you think of quality, think of the only simple ideas, think of eligibility criteria for teachers. In your government schools and colleges, you have centralized tests, you have either state based examination, or you have examinations conducted by your NTA, for example CTET, etc. Now in colleges and schools, government colleges and schools, at least you know that the teacher has qualified this, the teacher has this basic qualification, that yes, they are net qualified, they have cleared the national eligibility test for teachers. But when it comes to private schools and colleges, do you think that they maintain the basic standards of eligibility criteria for teachers? If you just do not think of the bigger schools and colleges, because they are very few in number. So do not think of, say, your multidisciplinary universities, the bigger universities. Yes, there they do maintain the eligibility standards, but think of your various standalone colleges and various schools that are there in your towns and cities. And the answer is no, they do not. So yes, we can say that a certain section of your private schools, they provide quality education, but the other does not. Yes, so they are under UGC guidelines or your AICTE guidelines, but generally they do not. Generally, if you talk about your standalone colleges that are there, affiliated to a state university or affiliated to some private university, they do not. And so much so that you'll find in colleges, the teachers are uh, sitting in the reappear examinations with the students. The teachers sitting in the reappear examinations with the students. And obviously, I cannot mention the exact college here, but yes, I've come across people like that. So yes, they can be exceptions, but the thing is that in general, your colleges do not maintain those standards. Think about digitization. Now, with digitization, access has definitely improved and education has become affordable as well. Think of your civil services preparation that you're doing right now. If, say, you didn't have these digital means, you would have to come and settle in either Delhi, Bangalore, or any other regional center. Think of the cost that you would have incurred on the offline coaching, which is at least more than 2 lakhs for each and every institution. Then think of the living cost for the entire year. And you know, it is not just a matter of year, it might take more time. And the rents in general are somewhere around 10 to 15,000 per month. Then you have to spend on food, etc. So overall, if you look at your annual cost of preparing for civil services in an offline institution in any city apart from your own city, you'll find that you need close to 5 lakh rupees per annum to get these services. But now with digital education, you're sitting at your home, you do not have to bear any kind of rent or travel expenditure. You're sitting at your home and studying, you're getting good quality homemade food. All you have to do is just have to be focused. Then other idea is affordability. The fee structure is so that it can be, if you are going for this kind of examination, yes, you would have to spend certain amount because the operational expenses are so, the salary and non-salary expenditure, but it is way more affordable compared to your traditional coaching centers. Then also uh, think about the ease in delivery. Now you can be as comfortable as you want, because then there are your working professionals. Your working professionals, if you're working somewhere, then you would not have the time or the chance to go sit in an institution, take class, then go back home, revise, get ready for your work again. It was a task. Now you can get, once you're done with your work, you You can go sit in your room and start studying online. So these can be a few positives. Now, now you think about the negatives of digital education, the negatives of e-learning. And also you can add to cost in terms of your books. Now, a lot of books, if you compare your ebook with a regular book, it is cheaper. It is way cheaper. A lot of study material is available for free online, for instance. So positives, yes. Now think about negatives. Yes, so one idea is the digital divide in India. Not everyone has access to internet. Not everyone has basic infrastructure for using these online services. Basic infrastructure in the sense you need electricity connection, internet connection, then you need either a laptop, a cell phone, or a desktop. So not everyone has that. Great. The impact on eyes, absolutely yes. Then problems like inactivity, problems like again, this is the problem of obesity, the problem of a very sedentary lifestyle is something related to modern world, and digitalization of various aspects is adding to that, because now you do not move at all. Then you're talking about distractions, absolutely yes. So you can think of those in terms of learning outcomes. Yes, everything is accessible, everything is affordable, but what about the learning outcomes? If you know, and we will discuss that in your education chapter, and you, this is something you would have experienced, that post COVID you find that most of the schools had to shift to online learning, and they did. But if you look at previous years like 2014, 16, 18 onwards, you find that the learning outcomes were getting better. And do not you need not get into the specifics of learning outcome right now, we will discuss with education. So learning outcomes were getting better, so students were able to say score better. If asked a question about something that has been taught, they were able to understand better. But post COVID you find that there has been a dip in terms of learning outcomes. So one is that classes did not happen regularly, and the other idea is because not everyone was used to a digital way of learning. The teachers had to be trained, then even the students had to be trained, and you would have seen a lot of memes online how students behave in online learning. Also you find that even where the education was going on consistently, everyone had the digital means, both the teacher and the students. Even there you find the learning outcomes have not been better, they have taken a dip. That means we can question the efficiency and effectiveness of our digital education with that. So yes, another idea is, think about this, that when you go to a school or a college, we were saying that it is one of the major institutions of socialization in modern world. If you do not meet your peers, if you do not meet your teacher, then what happens to that socialization part? And also it can ultimately lead to problems related to mental health. You are there in your room, now you do not have any peer group, and students have that feeling of that fear of missing out on things. And that's why you find, and you can actually observe yourself, that is something you can observe yourself. You'll find that you feel that, oh, am I missing something because I'm not going to an institution, a regular institution, I'm sitting at home and studying, am I missing out on something? So try to engage more and more. Then also you can think of how it impacts your creativity. First, let's forget about digital education for once. Think about your creativity in a very normal way. Think about any incident that happens around you, or maybe you are walking on the road and something happens, and instantly you tend to relate it to any kind of meme that you have been going through. You tend to relate it to various memes, that if this situation happened, if a president said something, you'll find various memes circulating. And if you find a similar situation, that is the only idea that comes to your mind. Similarly, when it comes to digital education, not the way this is happening, because again, it is like a regular classroom, but think of the various animated videos, etc. that you'll find online, and particularly meant for kids. Now, because of those animated videos, because of spoon feeding everything, because of serving everything on platter, students do not think for themselves, which becomes a problem. So this is a problem with our traditional education system, and is a problem with this modern education system, and particularly your digital education as well. So yes, you have highlighted most of these here. So yes, more use of smartphones for entertainment than learning, because it comes, you can think in terms of your ideas like focus, sincerity, discipline, because we do not have that. Even in our classroom, we prefer to get entertained. We prefer to get entertained, right? We find that, okay, if it's a very plain delivery, if the content is being delivered normally like a regular classroom, we feel that something's missing, and we are seeking that entertainment everywhere. And also, with online learning, it is entirely up to you how you want to behave, what you want to write. In classroom, there's no possibility of saying uh, something idiotic, for that matter, passing a lewd remark on someone. But online medium has, or your digital classrooms have provided that space, so you can get away with whatever you want to write. You can get away with any kind of remark passed on your colleagues or your teacher or anyone else. Why? Because it gives you a sense of not having, say, a physical identity, because now they cannot identify you, for that matter. And this is something that you would have seen. So if the students are not disciplined, because for higher education, yes, digital education can go well, it's not an issue, because they have better levels of discipline and sincerity compared to the kids. But when it comes to the kids particularly, the element of discipline is missing. So these can be a few ideas related to education, how education has improved and how education is getting worse. Then you think of your healthcare system. Even your healthcare system is getting better. Now you have newer technologies. You have newer technologies that are coming up. Now you have better choices of medicine. You have better choices of implants. Your elderly have better geriatric care. And you find that the role of technology has been immense in improving our healthcare system, and ultimately improving our healthcare health outcomes in our country. But again, you see, one problem is with respect to privatization, the same problem. And then also you find, if I give you an example of COVID, if I give you an example of COVID, you find that, one, that this disease was transmitted globally. If not for globalization, the world would not have seen this pandemic. Another thing is that the supply chains, the supply chains were broken, and we are dependent for a lot of things. Apart from our, leave our medicines aside, but even apart from medicines, we depend for a lot of things on other countries, on our neighbors, on the United States, for that matter. And if you remember your problem related to active pharmaceutical ingredients, particularly in terms of medicines, so your medicines were not available in the market because of the lack of raw material, because the supply chains were broken. So when you look at health, the quality of health is improved. Now you have better options, better choices to choose from. Also, you think in terms of public expenditure. So other ideas are simpler, but think in terms of public expenditure. So one idea is that public expenditure on health has been going down, has gone down, because before your LPG reforms, before the structural change in our economy, you find the government was spending heavily on social sector. But post that, you find that we have not been spending that much. But again, because of the global scrutiny, we find the governments are tending to invest more and more in healthcare. And also you find that various health outcomes also find mention in your sustainable development goals. So because you have agreed upon reaching those or achieving those goals, we have to work in this direction. So government is now saying that we will spend more and more in public health, and we'll try to reach the level of 6% of our GDP in the future. So these can be various aspects related to your health. So health is again privatization, the cost is increasing, etc. Then government has been reducing public expenditure post your LPG reforms, but now you find that there is a definite push towards increasing public healthcare expenditure. So these were a few ideas related to health and education. Now think about other issues that are coming up as an impact of globalization. So when we were talking about consumerism, we were saying, and I think we just discussed, so we were saying that the tendency to buy and consume more and more goods as a, say, as a social status, as a matter of social status, is something that we relate to consumerism. So buying an iPhone, changing the iPhone every year from 13 to 14 to god knows what, 15, 20. Then similarly, new fashions that keep coming up, and increasing tendency of people for going for that fashion, replacing your older wardrobe and getting new ones. So this is the idea of consumerism, consuming, the habit of consuming more and more for the sake of, generally for the sake of social status. Similarly, there is something called intellectual consumerism. Intellectual consumerism is trying to, for the sake of social status, for the idea of being better, consuming more and more information. That is what intellectual consumerism is. And now you find that if you say come to your old Rajendra Nagar in Delhi, you'll find most of the students roaming around with newspapers. They might not have read that, and I'm sure that most of them do not even read that newspaper, but they're always roaming around with newspapers. They're standing on the tea stalls, cigarette shops, and discussing a lot. And the idea is to portray as someone who knows everything, someone who is updated, someone who has way more chances of clearing than rest of you all. So this idea of intellectual consumerism leads to a person thinking of themselves as something better than the rest of the humanity, for that matter. And this intellectual consumerism is not just limited to gaining information, because yes, it is good as well, that it gives you, it develops curiosity in your mind, it makes a person more informed. But the problem that we are talking about is that it is more about portraying as someone informed rather than being actually informed. Portraying as someone who is well informed, who knows everything, rather than actually knowing something. And that is where the problem is. And similarly, this intellectual consumerism can be extended to the reels that a few of you are watching right now on your cell phones. The class is going on, but you're watching reels. So that short attention span, and I find a few students complaining that it is hard to keep up with longer classes. It is hard to keep up with 3-4 hour classes. And the problem is that this consumption of this very uh, short span content is working our patience levels, is actually working our intellectual levels to their detriment. If you find the YouTube shorts, yes, the reels, you'll find that even for a 10-second 15-second reel, the creator has to mention please watch till end. And what is that? It is barely 15 seconds. If someone has to watch it, they'll watch it. Why do you have to mention? Why do they mention it? Because if you look at initial 5 seconds and you find that something's not happening, nothing's happening at all, and what you do is you just switch to the next one. And that is what the problem is. So this intellectual consumerism also leads to very short span of our focus, and ultimately affects our discipline. So one idea is that it is, rather than actually gaining knowledge, actually gaining information, it is just about portraying that I know something. And also, it has worked on our attention span. Can you think of any other problem related to intellectual consumerism? If you have understood this, can you think of any other problem? No, any other problem related to intellectual consumerism? Yes, social media is something that is definitely giving a push to intellectual consumerism. Deviation in focus, getting distracted easily, having that overconfidence. Absorption of wrong information. Great. So this is what I wanted. Now, this intellectual consumerism is also related to your idea of fake news or any kind of information that is not right. In the consumption of all these, whatever information is available, we just want to consume it. Think about your UPSC preparation. You go on asking about which books to read, which other book can I read, even though when your mentors, when your teachers go on saying that keep reading the same book again and again, be in touch with your current affairs, make your notes neatly, write your answers every day. But more often than not, we find ourselves searching on the internet, looking for another book for the same subject, going to the market looking for another book, asking your mentor again and again the same kind of questions. What is that problem? That one is that, yes, you're sitting at home and you have that fear of missing out, but again, consuming wrong kind of information, because you watch YouTube videos and they would say that this is something that you need. This is something you need, because even our needs are now dependent on the information that we consume and the way they change our minds. So some of you are also talking about mood swings, or leading you to, someone had written something about luxury. So we go on buying newer and newer things. So if you watch something, then they'll push an advertisement there which will be targeted towards you, and you fall for that and you buy those things. Similarly, when it comes to fake news, if you start watching something, if you start watching a particular channel, you find that the entire thing is biased towards one side, and you cannot figure out what is right, what is wrong. And with the increasing role of AI, it is even hard to differentiate between various videos. So if there is a video that comes out and there's, say, a politician talking something bad about someone else, there's no way to figure out whether it is right or wrong, at least for general people. So maybe someone who is say skilled in AI, they would know the finer details of it. But otherwise, in general, you cannot go on applying the same logic to each and every video, because you're consuming a lot on a regular basis. So with globalization, this fake news has also become a problem with your expansion of mass media. And also with globalization, this fake news can be created anywhere. Now, it need not be, say, very local. Traditionally, even if there is a fake news, for that fake news to ultimately lead to some kind of violence or some kind of mishap, it will take days and months altogether. But now, a simple fake news, a simple fake video during your Manipur incident that happened recently, uh, another fake video, or another say video with misinformation being circulated in Haryana, and you see that what has happened. So the issue of fake news is also becoming a newer problem. And also related to it is cybercrime. Now, at least you were safe, because previously, if you see, if at least at home you were safe, that no one could have stolen anything from you, for that matter. Now you might be sitting at home, all the doors are locked, but still you can get robbed online. How? Cybercrime. And these are the issues that you read in internal security, and the various impacts they can have and how they can be tackled. But what you have to see is that these are also related to globalization, because with globalization these have come into the picture. So yes, so other countries, people from other countries, people from other countries sitting there, not in any kind of jurisdiction of our country, and hacking our websites, hacking your system. And not just this, not just that we have become more vulnerable, but you'll generally find in news that a lot of Indian companies, small Indian companies located in Gurgaon, Noida, etc., you'll find them robbing, or you'll find them stealing money from say elderly in Britain or elderly in the United States. So cybercrime is happening both ways for that matter. Also, with globalization, we have become more vulnerable to drug abuse. It can be because of the Western culture, one idea. And the other idea is opening up of trade routes. Now, even the physical boundaries have become diluted, and India being located between your Golden Triangle and Golden Crescent is more vulnerable to drug abuse. And you find this problem manifesting in various regions. So particularly your northeast because of its closeness, and also in Punjab and your northwest, spreading to other regions as well, the problem of drug abuse. So yes, one is availability of drugs, and the other idea is the that the use of drugs has been legitimized because of exposure to Western culture, because they generally find using it normally in parties, or you have various movies and shows where the uh, the use of various kind of drugs or narcotics has been say generalized, that yes, this is something normal, this is not a this is something that everyone does. And people, because of exposure to that kind of media, exposure to that kind of movies, those kind of movies and your series, people also want to follow them, want to imitate the Western culture, and which leads to this drug problem. Also, human trafficking, another problem, because now human trafficking, think about particularly your eastern part of the country, say Bengal. A lot many women are being trafficked and children are being trafficked out of that region. And yes, uh, the official numbers say it is not much, but otherwise various reports highlight that they're becoming more and more vulnerable to human trafficking. And not just for that, think about your organ trafficking as well. Opening up of global market, and now increased demand for organs, limited avenues of organ donation, ultimately leading to organ trafficking. So these can be a few other problems related to globalization, and also any modern problem can be mentioned here. Any kind of modern problem can be mentioned here for that matter. Okay, so please elaborate more on intellectual consumerism. So consumerism, basically, just if you just look at consumerism, is basically buying and using or consuming more material goods, is the idea of consumerism. But it is related to consuming of more material goods. Why? As a matter of your social status. That is what the idea of consumerism is. Then you add intellectual to it. Intellectual related to information, related to knowledge, related to intellect. And you see that people have more and more tendency now to consume more information, both online and offline, just as a status symbol, that I know something, I am better than you, right? So that is what intellectual consumerism is. So intellectual consumerism can be related to your various social media websites that have come up. Also, it can be related to the democratization that has happened because of social media. So think about this. Previously, if you had to say share your opinions apart from your close peer group, you had to write a book, get it published, and wait for the market to say receive it, right? So wait for the market, let's see how market picks it up. So if the market feels that okay, it is a good fit, it is a good book, then people will start reading it. And That's how your ideas will get proliferated. But now, if you want to share your opinion, if you want to publish your opinion, you have more than 5-10 media websites, social media websites, where you actually you can go on writing about any perspective that comes to your mind, and that will be published. And a lot of people, based on your say followers or your friends, it will be published, it will be available to read, to watch for thousands and thousands of people, and they can also go on multiplying it, they can go on sharing it, and that opinion that you have given might not be worth it, should have been something that you should have either kept to yourself, or better, not kept at all. But now thousands and thousands of people are reading it and getting impacted by it. So that is also related to intellectual consumerism. So I hope you get your answer. Okay, so we have already looked at the idea of globalization, wherein we were saying that amalgamation of different cultures, mixing the global with local. So you can think in terms of your food, your cars, various products, and also in terms of your service. Also in terms of your service. Can again someone give an example of localization of any kind of service? Any kind of service where you can show the example of localization. It is just out there. You just have to mention it. Service, not industry or products, service. And localization. See, insurance has been there, right? Localization. Insurance, yes, in terms of saying that, say, making it according to the needs of the Indian society, yes, it is great. But otherwise, yes, so your banking services, yes, these can be there. Any other kind of service. Yes, your Uber, because it's a foreign company, you can use it because they have adjusted it to Indian, say, Indian society. For example, you'll find the use of electric bikes and rickshaws on Uber, for that matter, but it is again limited to a few places. So tourism can be one. Now, the tourists who are coming, just think about this: the tourists who are coming, they'll stay somewhere, and these hotels. Think of your ITC, particularly your ITC hotels, right? So the kind of experience that they provide you, say, your culturally dressed, sharp looking service providers, or generally your attendants who speak fluent English and who give you, say, experience of mixing of English or mixing of your Western culture with the Indian culture. So okay, the only idea was to check whether you can understand globalization, and also the other idea was so that various services that are there, even your banking services, etc., your foreign banks who have opened up here, and they have adjusted to Indian setup. Your Google Map speaks in Hindi now, right? The Google Map speaks in regional languages now. So adjusting something global to local is what globalization is. Then was the idea of neolocalism, which was basically is coming as a backlash to globalization. So I hope you have understood all the four levels of impact of globalization on Indian society, because generally, till now they have asked the question from backlash. They have till now they have asked the question from backlash, but they can definitely ask question from all the other three levels of impact as well. So again, because you did it yesterday as well, I think you're the same person, and rather than McDonald's, you are writing McDowell's. So I think you should change your habits a little, right? It's not yet time. At least wait for the class to get over. Okay. So let's look at previous year questions. The first one says critically examine the effects of globalization on aged population in India. So the way we had discussed the impact of globalization on elderly. Now what you have to do here is you have to look at both sides, because the question says critically examine. So when you critically examine the effect, you have two ideas. One is it has a positive impact, and the other one is it has a negative impact. Now your body will contain this. That is fine. Your body will contain the positive and negative impact which has been discussed. Now think of your introduction and your conclusion. Now in conclusion, you can keep it simple and try to suggest something for the negative impacts. Try to come up with suggestions so that you can end it on a positive note. Think about introduction. Let's see what ideas do you have about introduction. What do you think will be a right fit for an introduction? And let's see, let's pick and choose at least 2 3 introductions from here. So one idea is define globalization. See, Shweta, we have better ways. Rather than defining globalization, we have better ways. So let's stay away from general information about globalization because we do not have a lot of scope of writing that in our question. Okay, one can be about vulnerability of elderly. Okay, this is a good idea, that how the elderly have adapted to the changes of globalization. Okay. See, linkages between globalization and old age person is going to come in the body part. How about you highlight various dimensions in which elderly have been impacted? Or maybe you try to highlight briefly, very briefly, because it was a 10 marker for that matter. Very briefly, you highlight that it is not just the elderly which globalization has impacted, but other aspects of or other dimensions of Indian society have been impacted. Yes, so you can maybe highlight a fact about elderly. Great, that can also be done, because again it has to be a 1 or 2 line intro. It was a 10 marker, so you do not have a lot of scope for introduction and conclusion for that matter. Okay, great. So the 2 3 suggestions were, maybe talk about how the elderly or the aged population has taken that impact, or how they have adapted to this force of globalization. Also, you can in my opinion, what you can do is you can maybe highlight the various dimensions of impact, because in your answer what will happen is, when you say health when you say health, then you would have to highlight both negatives and positives of health, that how health has been impacted, right? Then if you again say family system, there also you would have to highlight both the parts. So maybe just give a brief introduction wherein you say that the aged population in India has say multifaceted impact of globalization, wherein be it their be it their personal life or their social life, both have been impacted or all have been impacted, and maybe just to give a glimpse of it, so that the examiner or the evaluator understands how the in what direction the answer is going to flow. And also you remember, it has to be strictly limited to 1 or 2 lines, because we do not have a lot of scope for writing introduction and conclusion. So even the conclusion has to be very crisp, very brief, and the majority of the attention goes to your body part, because the word limit is 150 200 words, 150 to 180 words, and that way you do not have a lot of place to write. Then think about the positive and negative effects of globalization on women in India. Now they have already mentioned positive and negative, so the body covers both positive and negative for that matter. Then again, the introduction can be on the similar lines, but this was a 15 mark question. as far as I remember. So yes, it was a 15-mark question. So what can be a possible introduction here? Conclusion can be same. Suggest something. Introduction can be think of women in various roles. Think of women in various roles. Conclusion for the question one is maybe suggestions, some of the suggestions for the negative impacts, how we can or the government can change it. Yes, so it can be government intervention in suggestions. Yes, absolutely, you can mention that for that matter. Okay, so yes, what is one way is to talk about the status of women. Okay, so one idea can be status of women. We can talk about the status of women in Indian society and highlight the various dimensions of the life of a woman, and then start with negative and positive impacts of globalization. And also, just think about this. Also, what we can do is, when you write the body, there are two ways. One is highlighting various dimensions of the life of a woman. Other way is highlighting the various forces that come with globalization. For example, technology, the role of technology. Now, now technology will impact all the dimensions of women's life. They'll make healthcare better for them. For instance, they'll make education accessible. You can think of digital education. There might be a few homemakers here who are sitting at home and studying at the same time. Okay, so yes, one can be status of women, other can be changing role of women. Next idea, as I have highlighted, what are the various elements of globalization, because that will be easier for you to conceptualize your answer and gives you a better introduction. The elements of globalization which actually impact women. Yes, you can start with an example as well. Okay. So condition of a country can be determined by condition of women of that territory. By Swami Vivekanand, we can write this quotation in intro. I don't think it fits very well in the introduction here. And also when it comes to paper 1 to 3, try not to go behind your various quotations, because one is that you would not find an apt quotation for everything, and also more often than not they would not fit in your answers. They would not fit in your answers. So if you find something that is that fits perfectly well, if say if you have someone talking about, if you remember a quotation or something of someone talking about the impact of globalization on women, yes, you can use that, but the chances are you would not have those kind of quotations for that matter. Okay, so maybe these 2 3 ideas would do, and you'll be able to write this answer. Another question is globalization, and this is something I would want you to practice. That's why I have not given the structure for this answer. I have explained all the dimensions, but I have not given the structure, and this is up to you. And let's see how you write. Globalization is usually said to promote cultural homogeneity. How? By imposing the same cultural practices, etc. You can give examples of languages, give example of the way we dress and various other cultural practices. But it strengthens cultural specialities. Explain. Globalization is usually said to promote cultural homogeneity, but it strengthens cultural specialities as well. Explain. Now we will come to this question. Let me see. There are other few questions. We'll come to this question. I'll just talk about the basic structure, how you can proceed with introduction, body, and conclusion. And when it comes to the subject matter of body, that you have to do yourself. See, you can consider note making as important. Yes, note making is important, because there's no way you will remember everything before your mains examination. There's no way you'll remember all the examples. Then where do you mention your current affairs? So if you have, say, your memory is extraordinarily sharp, then yes, you definitely can. But generally, find that students or people in general would not remember a lot before the examination. So it is better to have uh, your own notes created. So what you can do is use blank sheets, follow the same structure that has been uh, shared in these PPTs, read your book along with it, and try to mention examples in the blank space here. Leave this blank on every page, leave some space blank on every page, and try to integrate your comments or your examples from news here. You can leave it at the bottom, or maybe you can leave it here. It is entirely up to you, whichever you feel is better. So write here if there is something new that comes up. If you understand something better during revision, you mention it here. Okay, if you're writing on PPT, it is okay. But if you remember, I had mentioned that it is better not to go through the PPT beforehand. And if you say download the PPT, take a print of it, then more often than not, you'll tend to look at the content that is there. And in this subject, you would have found that it is very general. But the only problem with this subject is the questions are very specific. The question needs a specific answer. And uh, to develop a habit of, to getting into a habit of conceptualizing, it is better not to look at the content beforehand. Okay, so let's look at this question. So this question can have three dimensions. One is globalization leads to homogeneity. Then other idea is globalization leads to or strengthens cultural specialities. These are two major dimensions. Now we have been asked to include this as our body. That you will. How it does that, you have to find out. I've given you example as well, just for reference. Say International Dance Festival, for example. So this part, this body part, can be dealt with. Then you have your conclusion and intro left. One idea that we know is we can just give a glimpse of how globalization leads to homogenization in the intro, because this is one dimension which can be covered. It is there in the question and we can cover it easily. So how globalization leads to homogenization, cultural homogenization, can be mentioned here. And this cultural homogenization, just think about your complete submission to the forces of globalization. One of the levels of impact was complete submission to the forces of globalization. So the content, it can be a brief intro wherein we portray that how globalization promotes cultural homogeneity, and you can give example of your various cultural traits. That can be one intro. Suggest any other intro that comes to your mind, because alternatively we can use this in conclusion. Is there any other kind of intro that comes to your mind? Yes, you can use your regional examples. You can definitely use your regional examples, but it is generally better. Yes, they can be regional, but do not make them very local, because you do not know where the evaluator is coming from. They might not know, and they would not, I think they would not take pain of, say, searching it. Okay, so you are suggesting that if we write about cultural homogeneity, it will be better in intro. Okay, but please do think about something else that comes to your mind. So great. So Montu has suggested, great. So he or she is talking about, I do not know the gender, but he or she is talking about, uh, so one idea is complete submission. See, this question, one idea is complete submission. Another idea is backlash, which comes into our body. I hope you are able to relate. So backlash can be directly related to how it strengthens cultural specialities. Then you have two more levels of impact left. What are the two levels? Coexistence and also you have amalgamation. So why not, if you talk about complete submission, that is in the form of homogeneity or cultural homogeneity comes to your introduction, backlash is anyways part of your body, and then you have coexistence and amalgamation left for your conclusion, wherein you give examples about coexistence and amalgamation. And this was a great observation, and this is what I expected. So when you look at a question, you find out what all dimensions can be there, and we are going to use your and we'll see how well you guys use this understanding in other questions, because there are questions which are traditionally thought to be unidimensional or bidimensional, but they have more dimensions than that. Even this question, for anyone else, if anyone who was looking at this question was just thinking in terms of these two dimensions that we had highlighted, but we have two more left, and that was the idea behind talking about these uh, not so relevant ideas. So we do not have to write coexistence and amalgamation, but we can definitely use examples. If you think of writing the difference between cultural homogeneity and cultural specialities, one thing is that they're right opposite, and another thing is they are anyways coming in your introduction and body part. So it will be a mere repetition. It is better to show them that you know the other dimensions as well. Your idea is not limited to this, and also you find that it gives your content, gives your answer a flow. It gives your answer a perfect flow, for that matter. So I hope you have understood this question, and please do try to write this, because they have asked a similar question with respect to uh, the diversity in India, which more or less is in the same direction. So please try to write this answer and try to think more and more in terms of conceptualizing before you write. So generally this question is asked that now when I'm writing the answer, it is taking me more than 15-20 minutes to write an answer, which is not a problem at all, because your writing speed will improve with time. As you write more and more, your writing speed will improve. But writing speed is not going to be our problem. Our problem is going to be conceptualization, how you conceptualize answer, because that is something that should not take a lot of time. That is something that you should be able to do within a minute or two. That the moment you look at the question, you break it down, you see what all dimensions are there, what can be fitted in the answer, because you always have a tight word limit, always have a very tight word limit. So what all dimensions have to be covered, and in what manner am I going to cover it? And that is something that you have to do in speed, because once you start writing, then there is no option to change it. There's no option that you can think and then later some better idea comes up, and whether you can write it or not. No, you have limited time to write an answer. The moment you look at the question, you conceptualize the answer and you start writing it, and then you do not have a lot of time, or do not have any scope to change your answer. So it is better, while practicing, do not worry about time at all. Initially, when writing answers, do not worry about time at all. Take your time. If it takes you 5 minutes to reach the perfect answer, be it. Let it take 5 minutes. It's not a problem. Let the entire answer take 20 minutes. It is not going to be a problem, as long as you understand the process. Okay. Okay, so this is something that you can mention here, right? This can be the structure, and let's see how well you write the body part and how well you write your overall answer, for that matter. So this was related to globalization. Now our next theme is going to be urbanization. But let's start urbanization. Let's start our discussion on urbanization after the break. Let's meet at 7 p.m. because yes, a few of you might be getting hungry. Okay. So let's meet at 7 p.m. and start a discussion on urbanization. Welcome back, everyone. Now we'll start our discussion on the next topic, that is urbanization. So I hope everything with respect to globalization was clear. We have looked into the previous year questions, and with the discussion that we had, you can pretty much answer every question that comes your way. So if we talk about urbanization, the first idea is, what do you think when we say urban? Because we have our own ideas of being urban or being rural. So if you look at these images, you can identify that these two images, you'll say they are from rural areas. But if you look at this or this image, you'd say that these are from urban areas. But what exactly is the idea of rural and urban? Is having skyscrapers urban or having cattle rural? What is this idea of urban and rural? So what we can do is, we can try to look into various dimensions and think about what constitutes urban. What constitutes urban? Think of the major economic activities. Think of your administrative system. Then you can, otherwise, you can think of your social structure. Things related to environment, etc. Now let's take them up one by one. If you think of major economic activity in your urban areas, what is it? It is either related to industries or your service sector. Because if you look at rural areas, most number of people there are engaged in activities related to agriculture and allied activities. But if you talk about urban areas, you find most number of people engaged in activities apart from agriculture. That is what differentiates rural and urban. So the image that you would have looked, you saw a basic setup of a service sector unit. People sitting, using laptops, internet, the infrastructure is proper. And that's where you said that, yes, this can be called urban. Similarly, if we think in terms of social structure, there can be various components. Can someone suggest what can be the various components of an urban area with respect to its social structure? So, okay, we can think in terms of stratification. How about family? Let's highlight the dimensions first. So when we talk about stratification, we say that in urban areas it is your class based stratification that is more prominent as compared to your caste based stratification, whereas in rural areas it is caste that is predominant. Then if you think about family, now again we are missing the point. Again, you are saying joint or nuclear families. Think of family in terms of various aspects. It can be the size of the family, it can be functions of the family, it can be various features related to its composition. Do you remember from there? Yes, the value system of our society. What can be other social dimensions for that matter? Okay, think about it. So when we talk about family, when moving from rural to urban areas, we see the size of the families shrinking and we moving towards nuclear families. And when we think of nuclear families and urban areas, we say that the functions change. The function of socialization is not the primary responsibility of a family. It is being shifted to others as well. Then within family, you can think of various aspects like authority. What kind of setup we'll have? whether it will be egalitarian or the regular patriarchal structure. Then you think of your basic infrastructure. Now, this basic infrastructure can be related to your roads, can be related to your educational institutions, it can be related to your healthcare sector. And we find that urban areas have better infrastructure compared to rural areas. Then coming to the next part, which is, and culture and value system, they can be covered here in social structure. We are not coming to them again because we have just discussed them, right? Coming to the next part, it can be various other demographic factors like population. And even within population, you can see that the size of the population differs. The density of the population is way more in urban areas compared to rural areas. Then if you think about the proportion of elderly, what do you think? The proportion of elderly would be more in urban areas or rural areas? Now, this is a trick question, and let's see if you can answer. You'll get the definite answer when we discuss population, but think about it. Proportion of elderly will be more in rural areas according to a few. Now, what is your reason for saying this? What is your reason behind this? Because my argument is that the population can be more in urban areas because of higher life expectancy, because of better healthcare opportunities. What is your argument in rural areas? Yes, so one is the idea of nuclearization of families. So children leaving parents behind and moving to urban areas. So that will increase the number of elderly in rural population. So again, various factors like environmental factors, various factors like related to nutrition, they are better in rural areas. So their life expectancy ideally should be more. Ideally should be more. So their emotional and mental health, mental well-being. Yes, okay. So at least you're thinking in the right direction, and you will get your definite answer when we move to population. And this is how I expect everyone to approach these questions. Because unless until you'll see the numbers, you cannot be sure what is the actual answer, what is the right answer. But at least you know the approach, what can be the various factors which will impact the proportion of elderly in our population. Okay, so basis this, you can find that on basis of these factors, then you can add environment to it, then you can add a politico administrative structure to it, and you find that these are various points of differentiation between rural and urban areas. Now, next thing is, if you look at the whole world, not just India, the whole world, you find that the urban population has been increasing, and you'll find a steep rise post your 1980s. You'll find a steep rise in urban population, so much so that at this point, somewhere in the first decade of 21st century, you find urban population surpassing rural population. But now if I ask you a question, let's see if you are aware. If I ask you a question, what percentage of Indian population lives in urban areas? What percentage of Indian population lives in urban areas? So yes, ranging from 30% and maybe more. Now again, the idea is a few of you are keeping the numbers on a higher side, but we have to wait for the next census to happen, and therein we'll be able to figure out what is the exact number. Right now, the numbers that we have from 2011 census, we find it is roughly around 31%. Then with various surveys that have happened, now these surveys are not say an exercise which is conducted on the level of census, but again you find that it has moved towards 40. It is ranging towards 40, but we cannot the number that we have to stick to is the older number, 2011 census, and wait for the next census to happen. Yes, you can give various perspectives. If World Bank is saying something, yes, because again, I'll come to that part. And I'll show you how the numbers are different as compared to what your census says. 31% stays in urban areas, because it is very normal. If I ask you a question that in what activities is the most number of Indian people employed, are the most number of people employed in? What activity are the most number of people employed in? And you would say agriculture. Absolutely yes. So going by that, you can say that most of our population lives in rural areas. If you look at growth of population, urban population in India, you find again it has been rising, and also the rise has been more in these 2 decades compared to the previous decades. These 2 decades, and you can simply relate it to the rise of service sector or the structural reforms that happened in our economy. Now, before we start looking into the definition of urbanization, what are the various features of urbanization? Various features of urbanization have been looked into. What are the various factors that affect urbanization? What are the problems related to urbanization? Let's look at a question that has been asked in the previous year. India has not been able to tap the full potential of urbanization. Discuss. So it indicates towards what are the challenges with respect to urbanization in India. Right. A similar question was asked, wherein they asked you to uh, discuss one of the schemes, Smart City program. They had asked a question on Smart City program. And with this, you can say that now our discussion is not going to be limited to various social issues that emerge, but also we have to see what is government doing, how is government intervening to make those things better for us. And with that, I would request you all to keep an eye on whatever new schemes and policies come up with respect to our urban areas. So be it your Amrut, be it your Smart City program, be it your Jal Jeevan mission, you have to be aware that yes, there is a problem with respect to housing in urban areas. This is a government intervention for the same. And while discussing the challenges, I am going to ask you these questions. So what are various government interventions to tackle this challenge? What is government doing to tackle the problem of traffic? Right. From there, you have to remember the various government schemes have to be linked. I have not done this in this chapter, but I'm doing it for the upcoming chapters so that you have everything in one place. But here, I would expect you to at least participate so that you understand that how you have to link various government schemes to your static content. And this is also your government scheme part is also dynamic. And you should know that when you are looking at the newspaper, going through the newspaper, it should strike you that. And with respect to urbanization, you'll find that a lot of new innovative ideas keep coming up in your newspapers here and there. They keep coming up in your various magazines. So whenever you find it, rather than thinking it in terms of, say, factual information that you have to absorb, try to link it to a static part as well. Now, urbanization is the process, and we'll come to what kind of process, through which cities grow. Higher and higher percentages of the population comes to live in the city. So the idea is expansion of the cities and also migration to the cities. So it is related to two aspects. One is expansion of the physical boundaries of the cities. So think about Delhi. Now Delhi has been expanding into your NCR region. It is a lot of previously which were considered to be outgrowths, which were considered to be suburban, have been subsumed in your city of Delhi, in your urban area of Delhi. So the limits are being pushed outwards. What is that? Urbanization. Similarly, migration of people from rural areas to urban areas is also urbanization. So urbanization is a process through which the size of the cities grow, and also more and more people come and live in these cities. And it is primarily because of more and more number of people coming in, it is primarily because of this migration that the cities have to expand their limits. Why? To accommodate those peoples, and we'll come to all those aspects. Now also, when we were talking about service sector, when we were looking at those skyscrapers, the idea is that the infrastructure is better, you have better job opportunities, you have better standard of living. That means it is in the direction of development. So urbanization is considered to be a subset of development. With this, let's look at the process of urbanization. What is this process of urbanization? So one idea, very simple, is your geographical urbanization as a geographical process. Urbanization entails people coming in from various regions of the country, living there, settling there for various reasons. Now those reasons can range from education to better job opportunities, etc. So it can be simply understood as a geographical process. But when a lot of people are coming and living in this area, are they not going to impact the area? Are they not going to impact the people, the culture of that region? Yes, they are, which makes it a socio-cultural process. How? People are coming from rural areas, living in urban areas, sharing various cultural traits with each other, getting used to different kind of cultures. What is that? A socio-cultural process. Similarly, the demographic composition changes. You'll have more and more diversity living in cities. If I ask you a simple question, where do you find diversity to be more, in rural areas or urban areas? And the answer would be urban areas. Why? Because you have people coming from various different very diverse backgrounds and living together. So as a socio-cultural process, you'll find that urbanization is basically also a homogenizing force, because people from urban areas will pretty much look similar, will pretty much have say similar cultural traits. And all those levels of impact that were happening in globalization are happening here as well. People from different cultures coming here, living together, sharing their cultural traits. Similarly, think of your institution of family. It is a socio-cultural process in the sense that your families are also getting nuclearized here. Then think about your value system in the cities. Think about the value system. In villages, we say that it is community living. We say that people know each other, people care for each other. If there is a problem, people come up for help. But when it comes to cities, when it comes to urban areas, the relationship between people is more practical, is more contractual. How? In urban areas, say you want to take any kind of services, say you want healthcare services, there'll be, say, a nurse assigned to you. He or she will take care of you as long as you are there in the hospital, as long as you are a client to whom he or she is providing service. But once that contract is over, once you're out of the hospital, do you retain that relationship? The answer is no. So the relationship is more contractual. Also, you'll find that it is we do not take personal interest. It is impersonal. We do not take personal interest in someone else's life. You might be a doctor. Yes, you might be worried about your patient, but you would not have that personal touch when it comes to providing services. Similarly, even if you look at your teachers in urban areas, all they can do is they can just take care of their responsibility or the duty that has been assigned to them. They do not treat the students as one of their own. who's in rural areas, and I was having this discussion with a family member who happened to be a school principal in our area, in our region. And he said that see, the basic difference is, it is not just education of the students that we are worried about, it is everything, every dimension of their life. If they have any problem at home, we are the ones who solve it. If they are sick, we are the ones who care for them. And the relationship is very personal. Whereas if you talk about teachers in your urban areas, you find that the relationship has no personal touch at all. It is basically say it is limited to the interaction during the class, and ultimately neither the students care about the teacher nor the teacher cares about the student. So what will be the outcome? And that's why you find that because of this impersonal nature, the value system in your cities is different compared to the value system in your villages. If you meet an accident on the roads in the cities, you'd find no one actually caring about it. Someone can be shot dead right in the middle of the street, and people would just walk over. I'm not saying that everyone is like that, but generally, this impersonal behavior, this contractual relationship between people is related to urban areas, is generally a feature of urban areas. Similarly, if you think about your neighbors, do you even know your neighbors who lives in the next apartment, or who lives in the apartment across the road? And you would have no idea. Now it sounds very sad. At the same time, you would see that yes, it has been a good experience for the ones coming from weaker sections, for the ones coming from marginalized sections. Now no one can identify them by their caste, no one can discriminate on the basis of caste, because no one would care, because people hardly care. And also, it is a socio-cultural process in the sense that it is a class and caste mixing experience. People from different castes, people from different cultural backgrounds live together in the city, even though they might not interact. Because one idea is, just think about this, one idea is, just to understand as an idea, if you think of a tribal society or a rural society, what will happen if the population density increases? What will happen if the number of people increase? The basic idea is that the interaction between people will increase. If the number of people in a tribal society increase, the interaction between people will increase. That is very simple, directly proportional. But if you talk about urban areas, with increasing population density, you find the levels of interactions not going up. The levels of interaction either remaining the same and at times going down. And that shows the basic difference between urban and rural areas in terms of a socio-cultural process. Yes, so yes, so it is self-interest based, or you can say that it is impersonal. People do not care about others. Similarly, as a economic process, you can think of the rise of your industries and your service sectors. And in India, if you find that it is a peculiar phenomena, it is a different phenomena of urbanization, because in your Western countries, urbanization was accompanied by industrialization. As industrialization increased, urbanization increased. But in India, you find that yes, urbanization has been a trend. If you look at the graphs, you'll find that it has been ever increasing. But in India, you'll find that it increased mostly because of the impact of service sector, and that is how the Indian urbanization is different for that matter. So, but as an economic process, you can relate it to uh, the increasing number of industries and your service sector companies that are coming up. And also economic process in the sense of increasing contribution to the GDP of a country. Then think of it as a politico administrative process. One idea is, directly from your constitution, you'll find that if any constitutional change is made, it will definitely definitely impact urbanization. Think about various rulers changing their capital cities. Various rulers changing their capital cities. Think about Delhi. Think about Agra, for that matter. So in Delhi, you would find that it was because it became a Mughal capital that the levels of urbanization went on increasing. Then with the advent of Britishers, you find particularly your eastern city of Kolkata or Calcutta, as well Calcutta, that it was the first city to reach that million mark. It was the first million plus city of the country. Why? Because of a simple political decision. And also, it is a politico administrative process in the sense that the administrative system, the governance system is different compared to the rural areas. And you know, in the form of your PRIs and urban local bodies. Now, these things can be simply understood. Now, think of it as an irreversible process. Can urbanization be reversed? Can you give an example of urbanization reversing? Yes, so your Indus Valley civilization, your reverse migration during COVID. Now, these can be thought of as, you're talking about Chernobyl, etc. These can be thought of as reversing the process of urbanization, but you find that it is transient. Yes, civilizations can be lost over the years for multiple reasons, but generally you find urbanization to be an irreversible process. Why? Because whatever infrastructure has been laid, if it is not, say, vanished, if it is not vanishing, people tend to come back. Think of post COVID cities. You find that migration back to the cities. Yes, a few people might have chosen to uh, get settled in their rural homes, but yes, again, most of the people came back. So it was transient, for that matter. Generally, it is considered to be an irreversible process because when you're looking at various processes, it is not just dependent on demographic factors. It is not just limited to demographic factors, because it is a process which, it is a multifaceted process. The way we were talking about globalization, that it impacts every dimension of your life, so does urbanization. But and primarily it is an irreversible process because of various other factors apart from demography. Now let's come to the context of India. How IVC is, how Indus Valley civilization, it was a city, because the idea of city has also been changing. If you look at census 2011, the idea is different. If you look at the previous census, the idea is different. And also, Indus Valley civilization, for its parallel roads, for the basic infrastructure that was available, for the arrangement of various amenities, it was considered to be a city. Again, it was an area for trading, meant for trading. You find that it got lost over the years. We lost that civilization, and with that civilization, even the urban area was lost. So it is an exception. It is an example of or of reversing the process of migration, or reversing the process of urbanization. If we talk in terms of India, your census 2011 talks about three types of urban areas. So first one is statutory towns, which are declared to be urban areas by statute, by law, where you have a municipality, corporation, any cantonment board, or notified area town committee. Those are statutory towns. Then you have outgrowths. Think of outgrowths. So this is the actual city. Now, with increasing population, with increasing levels of population pollution, you'll find that these cities will go on expanding. So, for example, if the levels of if the population density has increased in this area, they'll need to house more people, they'll need to provide more housing facilities, and you'll find that people will start moving towards the nearby rural areas which are connected to the city, where it is cheaper to live, where you have proper means of transport to go back to the city. Then you have basic amenities that you have in cities. You have proper schools, you have healthcare facilities available, you have pakka roads, and people will start moving to these areas, these rural areas around the city. And over a period of time, it will also get converted or become a part of the core city. And these areas are termed as outgrowths. So they'll have basic amenities as your cities have, but they'll be better connected to the city, and it'll be more convenient to live there compared to the city center. And we will come to this idea as well. We will come to this idea as well. Then you have census towns where population exceeds 5,000. Then the not just population in numbers, but population density. Population density is number of people living per square kilometer. Number of people living per square kilometer. So the population density has to be a minimum of 400 persons per kilometer, and then at least 75% of the working population, and that too male working population, is employed outside the agricultural sector. So one thing is, it is not inclusive of women, this idea, because it talks primarily about the male working population, that at least 75% of the male working population is employed outside agriculture, is employed either in industries or in service sectors. This is the idea of census town. Now, apart from this, you'll find that during with satellite imaging, that has this technology which has emerged, with satellite imaging, you'll find that this idea of population density and the say availability of basic infrastructure can be looked at through those satellites from above. Now these census, they happen once in 10 years. Now the census that was supposed to happen in 21, because of COVID, has been pushed further, and we don't know when the numbers will come out, when will they start counting, etc. But you have those satellite images, and in those satellite images you find that the level of urbanization has increased way more compared to what was previously, or what was mentioned according to a census 2011. And the numbers that you were mentioning basically consider those satellite towns as well. Those small towns, they were small towns, they did not fulfill this criteria, and when they did not fulfill this criteria, they did not find a mention there. But over the years, say 5 years, 10 years down the line, you find that they also have acquired the characteristics of these census towns. So because they are legally not mentioned, or legally are not a part of our urban areas, they are called satellite towns. Now this is the idea of urban areas in India, and again remember, this idea keeps on changing and will change in the future, because now again say simple idea, it is not inclusive of women. How can you just talk about the male population and not think of female population, which is discriminatory? So these things, these issues will be fixed in the next census. But again, you'll find that there might be some other issue with a new definition that comes up, and we'll see whether they fix it or not. Now, what are the causes of migration, causes of urbanization? We said the spreading of cities, or the increasing size of the cities, is urbanization, and also a lot of people moving in these cities is also urbanization. Now, there can be two factors which lead to a population growth in these urban areas. So yes, basic infrastructure will be there, it will go on increasing, new economic opportunities will keep coming up. But what we have to think about is the increase in population, because that is what is defining these urban areas. Because of this increase in population, the city will start expanding its size, and because of migration, this population is increasing. So there are two primary factors which relate to the which are actually the causes of urbanization. One is the population growth in urban areas. So people already living in urban areas, they will also procreate, they will also give birth to children, which will directly increase the population of urban areas. And also, people moving in from or migrating from rural to urban areas will also lead to an increase in urban population, which is to be understood as urbanization. So there are two primary causes of urbanization. What we'll do is, population growth is simple because of increased birth rate and a decrease in death rate. You'll find that the population will increase, that the population will grow. But what about migration? What is this idea of migration and what are its impact on the region? Now, always remember that when we say migration, you simply understand it as, say this is a rural area, people moving from rural areas to urban areas is urbanization. But what is migration? Migration is people moving from one place to another. People moving from one place to another is simply migration. But what is urbanization? Urbanization is people moving from rural to urban areas. Now just think about this. When people move from these rural areas to urban areas, one is they will impact the demography of these urban areas, right? There'll be increase in population, there'll be increase in population density, the composition of the population will change, but also they will impact this rural area as well. The demography of this rural area is also going to change. So when we talk about impacts of urbanization, please do not limit it to urban areas. Be inclusive in your answers. Be inclusive in your answers, demanding based on the demand of the question. Based on the demand of the question, you have to understand that when you talk about, say, if there is a general question asking you to mention the impacts of urbanization on Indian society, and what we do is we stick to this area. We stick to the urban areas and we talk about how it has impacted the urban area, and we forget completely about the rural area. So if there is a question, open-ended question, which talks about impacts of urbanization, you talk about both the areas, because the composition here, the size of the population, the composition of the population, the density of the population is also changing here. And with that, the role of women will change. With that, the role of elderly will change. With that, you'll have other problems coming up. So when it comes to the impact, please remember to mention both these areas. With this understanding of migration, just think about, why would people want to migrate from rural to urban areas? In terms of urbanization, why, according to you, would people want to migrate from rural to urban areas? What can be the possible reasons? So yes, in search of better amenities, in search of better employment opportunities, in search of better education, healthcare facilities. There can be political reasons. Ravi, please highlight what political reasons. Yes, so higher payment in jobs, lack of facilities in rural areas, or better facilities, availability of better facilities in urban areas. Yes, it can happen because of discrimination. It can happen because of, say, they are being discriminated against on the basis of their religion, on the basis of their caste. So they can, to get rid of that discrimination, they can move to urban areas. Livelihood, yes. So livelihood is basically your economic opportunities, better lifestyle, absolutely. Yes, there can be displacement due to disaster. If a region is meets a disaster, if there is a disaster in a particular region, people will start moving out of it to save their lives. So Abhishek, when we say urbanization, it is the permanent movement, right? It is not the transient movement. So yes, tourists might come and go, but they would not stay there permanently. So when we talk about urbanization, it is more permanent, and that's why we were saying irreversible. So it is not for a short duration of time that people have moved into those cities. It is permanently that they have settled. Yes, so it can be personal conflict with neighbors in rural areas. Yes, okay. So now let's look at these factors. What can be various factors? So what you do is, again, our simple idea is classify them into various factors. So there can be economic factors, that people moving out of rural areas in search of better economic opportunities. Similarly, it can be because of lack of employment opportunities in rural areas. It works both ways. Similarly, then better amenities in the cities or lack of amenities in rural areas. Better education in cities, lack of better education facilities in rural areas. Similarly, you find various factors which impact the this aspect of migration. So whatever you had highlighted here, whatever I had mentioned, pretty much everything is mentioned here. Now, apart from this, just tell me something. When you say political factors, one can be political instability, for instance. That because of political instability in the rural areas, people are moving to, say, urban areas, or people are migrating to some other area. Can you highlight any other political factors for that matter? So yes, it can be tyranny of the political class. It can be land dispute, something related to land dispute, Great. One is land acquisition. The idea that I want to tell you people is the idea of policy change. That with change in policy, people would move. So the way you are saying that because of land acquisition, people are displaced from one area, and they are made to say, either they are rehabilitated or at times not even compensated, and they move to other areas. Now think about any other kind of policy which led to a displacement of people, or particularly urbanization in India. Any kind of policy of the government which led to people moving towards urban areas. Can you think of something? It is again related to land. So yes, availability of housing loan. So someone saying land reforms. Now, availability of housing loan, your Amrut scheme can directly be related to amenities. Let's think about others, particularly land. So can anyone suggest how land reforms will impact migration? Yes, land degradation can be one. Now, land degradation is not a policy change, right? Is not a direct implication of policy. Can anyone suggest how land reforms, and the one who has mentioned it, can you suggest how land reforms can lead to migration of people? Yes, so when you talk about land degradation, you can think of land degradation due to excessive use of fertilizers, etc., which rendered a lot of land unproductive, or the productivity from those land, or from those uh, patches of land decreased, which made people sell off that land and move to urban areas. So indirectly you can reach there. So yes, one idea is land fragmentation. Now think about this. And this is how you have to think. When you think of land reforms, think what kind of land reforms have been brought about and what could have been the implications. So land fragmentation, as suggested by Devansh, is in the right direction. Now with your Land Ceiling Act, you find that a lot of people, to avoid that land ceiling, transfer while they were living, they transferred it to their sons. They divided and transferred it to their sons. And over the years, what happened is that the land got fragmented even further, because people will give birth to at least two children, that it will be divided amongst them. And over the years, what happened was the land holdings became so small that they could not have possibly carried out agriculture on those lands, and which led to a push of rural masses from rural to urban areas. So great. Okay, so smaller holding of the land, it is same. Yes, so landholders tyranny, etc. So yes, the basic idea is, yes, so land acquisition has already been covered, Anushka. Land acquisition has already been covered. So the basic idea is there can be various factors which push people out of rural areas, and then there can be other factors which pull people towards urban areas. There can be pull factors in the sense that thinking of the better lifestyle in urban areas, thinking of better opportunities, thinking of better levels of education in urban areas, which will pull people towards urban areas. Similarly, issues like land reforms, issues like land acquisition by the government will push people from rural areas to urban areas. So there can be a few factors which push people from rural areas, and then there can be other factors which pull towards urban areas. And you have them mentioned here. You have them mentioned here. You can just, even though during the discussion you would have thought of these, you can just think of them. And now the idea is not these factors, because they are right there in front of you. You have already suggested everything. You can understand. Now the question is, if I ask you a simple question, if you think of urbanization in India, what do you think? Whether it has happened because of the urban pull, or it has happened because of the rural push? Urbanization in India has happened because of rural push or urban pull? This is the question that I want everyone to keep in mind. That I want everyone to keep in mind. Yes, it will be both. It will be both ultimately, because there are factors which push people from rural to urban areas, and then there are factors which pull people towards urban areas. But what is the case in India? Whether it is more because of the rural push or more because of the urban pull. So we find your opinions divided. We find your opinions divided, wherein some are saying urban pull and some are saying rural push. Okay, so just keep this in mind and let's see. Let's see where our discussion takes us. Where our discussion takes us. And you would have to think, and you would have to break it down. You would have to go back to the times when the uh, level of urbanization started increasing, and therein start thinking about the urbanization in India. And we will come back to this. We will come back to this. Do not worry. Now, what are the consequences of migration? One thing is that you have to remember that it impacts both the areas. It impacts both the regions. It impacts the region from where people are moving. It also impacts the region where people have moved, right? So it impacts both the source and the area to which people have moved. But how do we go about it? What we do is, we again break it down into various dimensions. So one idea is basic demographic changes. Now if people are moving from rural area to urban area, and because it's a chapter on urbanization, let's take our discussion to this, because there are only a few exceptions which we can think of when it comes to urban to rural migration. In India, primarily it has been rural to urban migration, looking at the numbers. And not just in India, but across the globe, it has always been rural to urban migration, with a few exceptions of people moving from urban to rural areas in case of disasters, during COVID, etc. Now, people, when moving from rural to urban areas, the population density here will change. How? The population density will decrease here, because people have moved out of this area. So population density goes down. Similarly, here population density goes up. Why? Because many people have moved here. Similarly, it can change the composition. Now let's think about the composition. Who are the people who generally migrate? If you talk about composition in terms of sex, composition in terms of age. If you think of composition, it can be either in terms of age or in terms of sex. So you would say it will be male members of the society, one. Also, it will be the people who are there in your working age population. Generally, yes, there are other people who move, there are people who move with their entire family, but generally it will be male members in working age who will move. Now, if male members in working age move from rural areas to urban areas, how does it impact the sex ratio in your rural areas? It will increase the sex ratio. One classic example of this is your state of Bihar. Now, from Bihar, you find that male members from the working age group generally migrate to other regions, generally in search of unskilled labor, and they will travel to other states for that matter, which has altered the sex ratio in Bihar. And it looks like, if you look at the recent numbers, it looks like that Bihar has been progressing in terms of sex ratio. Bihar has been progressing in terms of the empowerment of women. But once you look at the child sex ratio, the image becomes clear. Because there are two ideas that we will come to tomorrow or on Monday when we talk about role of women. We will come back to it, but just think about it. If generally male working age members are moving from rural to urban areas, here if there were 1,000 males previously, now there are only 900 left, but the number of women are the same. So what will it do? It will alter the sex ratio. Similarly, it will alter the proportion of people, proportion of elderly for that matter. For instance, it is changing the proportion of or your uh, uh, working age population. But think about elderly. The proportion of elderly in the rural population will increase. Now, who will take care of your economic activities? Because it is primarily your male members who are engaged in agriculture. So finally, if you think about this, it will lead to feminization of agriculture, because now women would have to engage themselves. You cannot expect elderly to go and get engaged in agriculture. Now it will be women who would have to engage themselves in agriculture. So it will lead to feminization of agriculture. It will lead to empowerment of women in the sense that now they are earning members of the family. Now it is entirely up to them how they want to run the household. So they get all the responsibilities related to home and with relation to agriculture. But also it leads to dual burden of work in women. Then again, yes, so there is a saying, if a person moves from rural to urban areas in the same state, yes, it can be there. I had given you an example of Bihar, but otherwise, don't you think if a person from rural area is moving to urban area, even within the state, don't you think the sex ratio, the working age, the ratio of working age population will change in the rural areas? And the answer is yes, it will change, because people have ultimately moved. It was just one example of Bihar. Why? Because mostly the male working age population from Bihar, in search of your unskilled labor, they move to various states because they do not have better economic opportunities. And it is not just working male population, but you find that you do not have good number of institutions in Bihar for educational purposes, and that also becomes a reason of youngsters or population of young people moving out of Bihar in search of better educational opportunities, right? So there are multiple reasons. We are not talking in terms of a specific state, we're just giving a general idea that what happens when people migrate from one region to another. Getting back to it, so what we are saying, we are talking about demographic changes. Now population density will decrease from the source area, from where people have migrated. Then the composition of the population will change, the sex ratio will change, the proportion of elderly will increase. Now, who is to look after the elderly? The state would have to step up. Who will look after your agriculture? Your female members of the family have to step up. Similarly, if you talk about your urban areas, the population density increases. Also, the composition of the population changes. And again, you'll find that it can be sex or age. Now, we are not talking about any general trends here, but you'll find that all these dimensions get impacted. We did this exercise just to make you understand that how it happens, but otherwise you see that with migration towards urban areas, your various demographic factors like population density, sex ratio, etc. change. Then coming to social changes. Now, social changes will range from family to other things. Just think about family first. People migrating from one area to another, it is going to nuclearize both the families. It is going to nuclearize both the families. People move from rural areas. Say there is a grandfather, grandmother. They had one child. He got married, and now this family, along with their child, moves to urban areas in search of better opportunities. So the family wants better job and better education opportunities for the children. Now this family will move to urban areas, thereby nuclearizing both the families. So this will be a nuclear family in the urban area. This will be a nuclear family here in the rural areas. Now, what kind of social changes will happen? Think about the case of Bihar. The status of women is changing. The role of women in the society is changing. Similarly, the role of state is increasing. What do the children do? Even the children, the role of children also changes, because now they also would have to engage in family agriculture, thereby get less and less time to work on their education. Now, again, you think about other social changes. Apart from demography, please think about other changes. So, dual burden on women in villages, fine. Cultural changes. So, various cultural practices will change. So, think of people moving to urban areas. In urban areas, they get to interact with people coming from various other cultures. With that interaction, you find they exchange a lot of cultural traits, and you would have found that happening to yourself as well. So they exchange various cultural practices. With that, the cultural composition also changes. Yes, so your the way you dress changes, the language that you speak changes, the value system primarily changes. Yes, absolutely. Okay, moving on to remittances. It is economic aspect, that people who have migrated to urban areas for better economic opportunities, you'll find that they will remit money, they will send money to their hometown for their parents, for their, maybe if they have left their family behind, if they left their nuclear family behind, they'll send money back for them in terms of remittances. So the remittances to the area, to the source area of migration will increase. Economic growth and underdevelopment. So if they move to urban areas, now it has 4 dimensions that we will cover. It has 4 dimensions that we are going to cover. Let's look at your comments now. Emotional change, yes. So change in value system, basically. Okay, think about this. Now, one idea is people moving to these urban areas in search of job. There can be 2 kinds of people: one who get a job, and the others who do not get a job. The ones who get a job, they get economically empowered, and the others who do not get a job will become a burden on the city in the terms of say economic development. We're not saying it as a burden, as a social burden, but it will become a burden in the sense that they did not get a job, they would not be able to get economically empowered. Also, so you can think of development and underdevelopment, because even in these urban areas, they would have to live in, say, slum areas. They would have to take to any kind of menial labor and ultimately not developing themselves. Similarly, if you talk about the rural area from where people have migrated, you'll find that now there are less number of people contributing to the development of the rural area, so it can be thought of as underdevelopment. Similarly, in absence of the members, someone is going to contribute. If not the members who have left, but someone else is going to contribute, and in that process they will get empowered. In that process, at least that section of the society will get developed. So it can lead to both the processes. Then you think about the burden on resources. Urban areas, or any area for that matter, has limited resources to provide for housing, limited resources to provide for jobs, limited resources to provide for nutrition. Now, with more and more number of people moving to these urban areas, these resources get overburdened. You would not have sufficient housing facilities available for people. You would not have sufficient clean water supply for people. You would not have sufficient electricity to provide for people. And you'll find that these cities become overburdened, overcrowded. And this is what the context of the question was. If you remember the first question that we had shown, you'll find that the question is primarily focused towards the challenges of urbanization. And this problem with respect to resources is one of the challenge. But we do not have to limit ourselves there, because you find this topic mentioned in paper 1. So we just do not have to think in terms of your government policies or various issues related to planning, governance, etc. You also have to think in terms of social changes that are happening and how they are creating problems. Let's say your elderly are left behind, who would take care of their financial security or their social security? The women and children are left behind, who will take care of their security, for instance. So when you think of urbanization, do not restrict your understanding to economic and your political urbanization, or urbanization as a political and economic process. Please do remember this, because the question that they had asked, let me go back to the question to make this point clear. Let me go back to the question. India has not been able to tap full potential of urbanization. Now, this question, yes, is primarily focused towards the full potential of urbanization. What will be full potential of urbanization? That the urbanization is able to provide for jobs for everyone. Urbanization is able to provide for a better standard of living for everyone, because that is what the idea of urbanization is. But if you look at this question and you think of the social dimension, at least you get an introduction or conclusion. At least it'll add to one extra mark for that matter. Okay, coming back to it. So it will lead to a problem with respect to resources. Now, this issue with respect to resources has happened in the area where people have migrated. What happens to the area from where people have migrated? What happens to the rural area? Now, these rural areas will have less population. These rural areas will have more availability of resources per capita. Per capita, they'll have more availability of resources. And what ultimately happens is, if you look at urban areas, you find that more and more electricity is required for your factories to run. More and more electricity is required and fuel is required for the city to function well. Now, this resource surplus that you have in your rural areas, resource surplus that you have in rural areas, because now there is more per capita availability of resources, it will either be diverted to take care of the needs of urban areas, or they'll remain underutilized. They'll either be diverted to urban areas, and that is what generally the case is, that you find even today your rural areas, even though they have been electrified as our government promises, but you find that if you go to rural areas, it is very normal to have power cuts for 10 to 12 hours a day. It is very normal. If you happen to go to a rural area, or maybe you just go to a native village someday, and you'll find that 10 to 12 hours of power cut is the norm. It is something that people are comfortable with. And just think of a 10-minute electricity cut in your city. Think of 10-minute electricity cut in your city, and everything will fall down. Everything will break into pieces. So generally what happens is these surplus resources are diverted to urban areas. Another idea is that they remain underutilized, that there are no people to engage in production. Yes, you might have, say, because if you leave a land, say a patch of land got degraded over the years because of excessive agriculture, because of excessive use of fertilizers, and now you leave that land for a few years. Now what will happen is, over the years, it will rejuvenate itself. It will flush out those chemicals, and it will make the soil fertile again over the years. It might take a long time, but yes, over the years the productivity can increase, but that land will remain unutilized because there's no one to cultivate on that land. So at the time, on one hand, you find the resources in cities getting overburdened. At the same time, you find that the resources in your rural areas remain unutilized or underutilized. Then the idea of alienation. Now, this idea of alienation also happens in both the areas. Idea of alienation, think of it in terms of loneliness, not the one that you find on uh, Facebook memes, etc., but the idea of not having anyone for your emotional security. Because one idea of family was to provide economic or financial and your psychological and emotional security, emotional support to family members. Now what happens is, people who have moved, say, alone to urban areas, they will find themselves alone. They do not have anyone to talk to. Even the families, the nuclear families who have moved to urban areas, they also find themselves alienated. Similarly, in the rural areas from where people have moved, the people there also find themselves alienated, find themselves alone. So it impacts both ways. And this alienation, you do not, because there might be a few students from PSIR or sociology background, so you do not have to think of this alienation in terms of what Karl Marx said, because that is a different form. It is more economic. But here, when we are talking about alienation, it is limited to the personal sphere. Then the adverse impact on elderly, women, and children. This generally happens from in the source area, that they get impacted dearly. And also, if you think of elderly, now uh, in urban areas, you find that even women go out to work. Traditionally, it was the women of the home, or women of the family, who would take care of the elderly, who would take care of her in-laws. Now, with these women also going out to work, these elderly are, even though they are staying with their children, they are left alone at home, and they have to cater to, or take care of themselves, all by themselves. So this situation has happened to the elderly in your rural areas and your urban areas as well, that their basic security, their basic securities related to life are under threat. Now let's look at various trends of urbanization in India. Now this data is old, in the sense that it is coming from your 2011 census. We will definitely look into newer data, but again, it would not give you a complete picture, because either it is sample data, or it is coming from various other organizations. There also, they use the sample data for that matter. So you're asking, is migration counted if permanently moved, or seasonal movement also included? Now with seasonal movement, you'll find that it is not that they'll seasonally stay in those areas. And also, if they're staying for a long enough time, because there is no fixed time of migration, that if a person stays for, say, 6 months, 8 months, then only it will be considered migration. There's no rule as such, but you'll find that ultimately, if they are there for seasonal employment, they are going to go back to either their area or their region from where they came from. Then it would not matter so much. But at times you find that they migrate seasonally, but they migrate from one city to another. So they'll stay in, say, an area which remains dry. So think of a person, think of a worker who works in the uh, infrastructure field, who are basically laborers who carry your load for any kind of building construction work happening. Now, during rainy seasons, during monsoons, they tend to move or tend to change their job to something else. They take up some other occupation, maybe rickshaw pulling or something. Otherwise, they tend to move towards drier areas during monsoon. But ultimately, they would not go back to their village. So yes, you do not have to think in terms of that what is the cutoff for that matter. Alienation, the idea of alienation will impact both the sides. It'll impact people in the rural areas because now they do not have their dear ones. Think of yourself, if you are, say, if you left your parents behind in maybe some other city or rural areas from where you have migrated. Now you would talk to your parents when? Maybe in 15 days or a month, or maybe even if you can talk every day with your cell phone, but it is generally only for the festivals that you go back to your home. They find themselves alone there, you find yourself homesick here. So it impacts both ways. Then let's look at various trends of urbanization in India. You would find that the percentage of urban population has been mentioned to be around 30-31%, which has been changing. And then again, when it comes to data from various organizations, from various surveys, it is always going to find, you are always going to find divergence in those data because of their method of calculation. And that's why we are saying it's better to stick to your census data. Why? Because it gives a near true picture, because they go household to household to say collect their data, so which gives you the best impression for that matter. So if you find that most of our population still remains or still lives in rural areas, close to 70% of population still lives in rural areas. Now also, with respect to various states, you'll find that there are different, the level of urbanization is different. So think about Goa. The level of urbanization is more compared to, say, your state of Himachal Pradesh. Now there can be various reasons. So Himachal Pradesh, because of the geographical factors, because of tough terrain, they're not able to urbanize it a lot. Similarly, there can be various political factors. So think of Bihar. It is mostly your political factors because of which it has not been urbanized. Now, whether urbanization is good, urbanization is bad, we'll come to that. What can be the problems, what can be the solution? But think of it that urbanization ultimately is in direction of development, right? You do have to remember the numbers? Absolutely no. This is just to show you wherever you have to remember numbers, I'll let you know. You would have to remember a few numbers from your sex ratio and from your chapter on population. I will let you know. Then a few numbers from education and healthcare. Apart from that, you do not need a lot of numbers, because again, if you look at the questions, they do not demand a lot of facts. Even if you simply mention that according to census data, or according to, say, if you're writing something about education, you say that now you do not find a lot of difference in enrollment when it comes to girls and boys, and you can simply quote, you do not have to remember data, you can simply quote that your ASA report says so. Similarly, you can talk about enrollment ratio in your higher educations, and you can say that All India survey on higher education says so. Not have to remember number. They're not expecting you to write a lot of numbers for that matter, but a few numbers become so crucial, become so important that you would have to remember. So with respect to urbanization, most of our population still lives in your rural areas, and then also there is a lot of difference when it comes to various states. Now just think of how it is a peculiar phenomenon in India, how it is different from your Western country. If you remember, we were saying that in India, you find a steep growth in urbanization during your last 2 decades. that too after your LPG reforms, which owes to mostly service sector. Because of increase of service sector jobs, people started migrating in more and more numbers to urban areas. Also, if you find that in India, it is generally said that we move from primary to tertiary directly and skipped secondary sector in between, skipped your industrial sector. It's not that we completely overlooked industrial sector, but the growth was not at par with your global examples. The growth was not at par with global examples. So you find that in India, the main sector of growth has been tertiary sector, and particularly your communication, transport, services, and construction, which ultimately led to people migrate to urban areas. Whereas if you look at the West, or if you look at any examples from other countries, it was primarily the industrial sector which led to this migration. Then you think of the southern part of the country and the north part of the country. You'll find that the southern part of the country is more urbanized compared to the north. If you look at south, it is more urbanized compared to the north. Why? You find that initially they were the ones, South India was the one where most of the FDIs came in, because the governments had created that kind of infrastructure. The literacy rates were higher compared to North India. So a very obvious choice for various companies to invest was South India. And with the rise of multiple cities there, metropolitans there, you find more and more people moving to urban areas. And whenever there is growth in this area, it would not be limited to this area, it will go on spreading around. So look at any city, think of your outgrowths. Also, you think of your support services. Think of your support services. Think of the logistic support that you will need. Now, to uh, make business happen, to let business happen as usual, or to make business activities better, you need, say, logistic support. You'll need airports. You'll need various telecommunication services. And with that, you find that a lot of zones will come up in those regions. And ultimately, you find that in your South India, it was mostly because of the FDIs and the new industries that were set up, that it was the South India is more urbanized. And the simple reason is that the governments created the policy. So if you think of Bangalore, back in the 90s, it was because of Mr. Krishna's policies that ultimately those FDIs came in. And generally, you find that the levels of awareness, the levels of literacy has been higher in South India compared to North India. Now, the question that was there, if you remember, that India has not been able to realize the full potential of urbanization, and which is a correct statement. And here it says that the urbanization in India is often termed as over urbanization or pseudo urbanization. Pseudo is something not true. Pseudo is something not true, and I hope everyone knows that. But yes, what is this pseudo urbanization? That you'll find the if you look at urbanization in India, yes, there are various cities, districts that have emerged in most of our states, but you'll find most of our population, and even you, when you are thinking of urban areas, you would have thought of these metro cities, metropolitans, million plus cities, where generally people move, where generally you would want to move to get a job, to get say enrolled in a particular educational institution, to get healthcare services. And we find that these big cities are the ones who have taken most of the load of urbanization in our country. It has not been even. The urbanization in India is not very even, for that matter. So you have a few million plus cities wherein lot many people keep migrating, overburdening those cities. And now, if you overburden a city, how would the city provide you sufficient healthcare? How would the city provide you clean drinking water? How would the city provide you housing facilities? So, which becomes a problem. And hence, it can be said that India has not been able to realize the full potential of urbanization. And with this, you would be able to think in the direction of suggestions. What can be the suggestions? So we're saying that there is a lot of difference when it comes to urbanization of various areas. What can be the solution? Have evenly distributed urbanization. Let every area get urbanized. Rather than creating a few cities, and trying to say accommodate more and more people there, why not distribute it evenly? Because with that, just think about various social problems that will come to a halt. If you say take example of any state where you do not have sufficient economic opportunities, think of yourself who might have migrated to some other state. Provided you are given a decent economic opportunity and decent facilities in your hometowns, would you want to go back or not? And the answer mostly would be yes, I would want to move to my area, back to my region, because of the cultural similarities, because my parents are there, because the cost of living would be less or cheaper for that matter. So from here we can think of suggestions. And also so Rohit, when you say that we are talking from the perspective of GS, I've already mentioned a question wherein they have asked a question that was more biased towards paper 2, that was more biased towards governance and planning. They have already asked that question. So at least for this topic and the topic of women, we are going to talk about the intervention of government. Because women, you will find a mention, or you can relate to vulnerable section that falls under the purview of paper 2. And also urbanization, they have asked a similar question, and there is no harm. So when you say that there is an issue, let's see what can be done, which is very obvious. So we always have to we actually have to look into the solutions. So we are saying, as a response to globalization, as the response to problems related to globalization, we have neolocalism. Then also, as a response to say our local industries getting a big hit because of globalization, because of excessive competition from globalization, we have Make in India. So it's always better to think in terms of solutions as well, suggestions as well, and particularly when a question has already been asked. Okay, getting back to it. So this is how you can understand how our cities are over urbanized, and how we can say that it is pseudo urbanization. Now to expand on this, we have to think in various dimensions. We have to think of various effects of urbanization on Indian society. Now when we think of effects of urbanization, you do not again have to limit yourself to the issues related to governance of the cities, because you would think of these ideas. You would think of urban floods, you would think of slums, you would think of traffic congestion, you would think of pollution. These are the general ideas when we think of urbanization, that this has led to impact of urbanization. Yes, because of slums, because of these, we have various social issues that emerge, but we do not have to limit ourselves to either issues related to governance and planning or issues related to society. You have to consider various environmental factors as well, and we'll come to that how we have to do it, how we have to go about it, because the solutions have to come in the form of governance, planning, financing, etc., to give it a touch, or to give it a little biasness towards your governance based issues, because that becomes more problematic. Because we talk about social issues, by the understanding that we have reached so far, we can suggest something, we can suggest solutions. But ultimately, when it comes to governance, we will need to have a concrete structure. And also, when it comes to urbanization, please please, what you have to do is that whatever new innovative solutions you find in the newspaper, do mention them in your notes. So there'll be suggestions to improve the environment, There'll be suggestions to improve the transportation system. And these things keep coming on a regular basis. So please keep your eyes open and keep adding it to your current affairs. So here's the idea of Miyawaki, and we will discuss that as an example. Okay, so you mean that the topics are from GS paper 1, that is part of society, and some topic are from social issues and justice, that is part of paper 2. How to get it? So see, when we talked about syllabus, your paper 1 says Indian society, and with this you find a lot of topics related to social issues mentioned, like the issue related to communalism, for example. Then when you talk about paper 2, it talks about social justice, wherein you have various topics like health, education, issues related to vulnerable sections, your civil society, etc. Okay, now how to differentiate? Now, one idea is you do not have to keep them in watertight compartments, and that is the reason we are taking everything together. Because if you talk about your issues related to women, they come here as well, and they have already asked a question. Similarly, if you talk about health, now we have already discussed health as a dimension in elderly, and we are going to take it up further in a discussion on population. Then we are going to take up the dimension of health when we talk about women, because when you say, the moment you say society, it covers everything. It is like a blanket that you keep over all the topics. Now society will relate to every aspect, and wherever we can show, we can say integrate paper 2 with paper 1, we have to, because you will find increasing number of questions cutting across paper lines. Just think about this. Right now we might be a little confused about between paper 1 and 2. But if you remember, initially I had shown you a question wherein you find mention of topics from paper 3. If you remember the question on cryptocurrency, there was a question asked on cryptocurrency, and that is something you would either expect in your science and technology, that is paper 3, or your economy, that is again paper 3, or maybe something related to its regulation, that is again, because it is something related to economics, you limit your understanding to paper 3. But you had a question in paper 1 wherein they had asked what are the impacts of digital currency on the Indian society. Similarly, there was a question related to work from home in paper 1 last year, 21. They had asked a question about work from home. They're saying, what will be the impact of work from home on family? Right? So what will the impact of work from home on family as an institution? So that is why we are proceeding ahead by trying to empower you to conceptualize yourself. So think of this question. If you want to think of impact of work from home on Indian family, what would you do? Rather than thinking randomly, you can simply break down family in various components. Think about what happens to the roles, the functions of the family, what happens to women in the family, what happens to elderly in the family, what happens to the relationship between people. And that is why we are going through this exercise of breaking various topics, institutions, various sections down in various topics, so that you can tackle those questions. And trust me on this when I say that these questions are the ones who are going to give you an edge. Because if we talk about other questions, general questions, everyone would get the similar kind of marks. The average marks are going to remain the same. But when it comes to newer, different, innovative, smarter questions, they will decide whether you clear or not. And that is why they say that it is generally essay, ethics, social issues, and justice which will decide whether you will clear the examination or not. Right? So not being biased towards a particular subject for that matter, but you see that general question, if you ask about the models of secularism, everyone is going to write the similar kinds of answer. But when it comes to these newer questions, it becomes a problem. Muskan, we will answer this question, or rather you are going to answer this question: which factor causes more migration, pull or push? It is a question meant for your practice, and we will take it up tomorrow. But yes, you are going to answer this question. Who is responsible for urbanization? So yes, there can be political decisions which can lead to urbanization. We have already discussed this. So if you think of, say, your government decisions, so if you think of government planning to construct a dam in a rural area somewhere alongside the river, the government will end up displacing those people and they'll try to rehabilitate them. If they try to rehabilitate them, they might go for an urban area. They might uh, rehabilitate them in the nearby urban areas. Similarly, if the government is creating various policies, if you remember about land reforms, then if you can think of governments trying to make your cities more accommodative, what would that do? It would incentivize people to move to these urban areas. That is what it is going to do. Then again, so yes, think of Delhi. So government has moved most of the industrial areas out in the NCR region. So think of your Okhla industrial area, move towards New Okhla Industrial Development Authority, Noida. Similarly, towards your Bahadurgarh, etc. A few of you might not be able to relate to this, but the basic idea is government is shifting those industries to your nearby towns or to your say connected urban areas, so that they can curb pollution and the problem of population density there. Okay, so today it's almost time, and what we'll do is we will take up the leftover questions and the rest of the discussion on Monday. And please do write the weekly test. It is something that is going to help you improve on your writing skills, and it's a humble request that you try to write those answers, even though you might not be able to perform well. But how else are you going to make yourself better? So with this, let's conclude the session for today, and let's meet on Monday. Thank you, everyone.